It's match day 6. first game of match day 6. This time it's Rwanda versus Nigeria. Rwanda being the home team today. And in the middle, I was in the middle earlier to take the toss. It's match day 6 of the West African Trophy T20I Abuja 2025, and it's the game between Rwanda and Nigeria. Clinton Rubugumia is injured, and comes in for him today is Didier in the Kubgimana as the captain of Rwanda. Suleiman Rusewe, captain of Nigeria, and as well as our match ref, Tonye Timinadi. Rwanda, you're the home team for today, Kubgimana. Please take your first toss. Heads the call. Heads has it. Suleiman, please come. You want the toss today. What are you going to be doing first?
I'll have to bowl first this morning again.
Yesterday you were sent into bat just like you planned. This is the second time you will be bowling today. It was this and winning the toss. I'm sure it's something you prepared for. Any changes to the squad that played yesterday?
Definitely, Joshua is taking a rest today. Elo comes back into that.
Thank you very much. Didier, your first toss and your first appearance as captain in this tournament. How do you feel about that? Do you feel any pressure coming into this tournament, taking over from Clinton for the day?
Yeah, thank you. No pressure today because we are a strong team, so we are going to show them what we have.
For the second time, you have been sent into bat. Is that something you prepared for, or is something you are going to have to re-strategize about?
Yeah, we are ready for everything. So, in team, so we are ready. We are ready for everything.
Any changes to the squad that played yesterday?
Yeah, one change. Oscar is in for Clinton.
Thank you very much. And that is it from the middle. Nigeria won the toss and they are... And there is from the middle, Nigeria won the toss and electing to field first. And here with me today, as I won't be running the commentary box alone, Sheung Ajidagba. Sheung, welcome on board.
Thank you, Peter. It's a fantastic job done thus far from last week Thursday leading to this day. Is match 11, day 6 of the second West Africa Trophy here at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, Package B, the cricket ground. And big shout out to our sponsors, Dafabet, Sportbox, Fireflies, Sport and Entertainment, Dreamcatchers.tv, and Rusa Advisory. And let me quickly run you through some of the stats. After 5 matches, Nigeria have won 5, have 10 points with a net run rate of 1.484. Rwanda find themselves in second position. They played 5 matches, won 4, lost 1, have 8 points and 1.641 net run rate. Zambia in third. They played 5 matches, won 1, lost 4, have 2 points, minus 966 net run rate. And for Sierra Leone, they have played 5 matches, lost all 5, won none, and have no points, and a net run rate of minus 2.459. And for the batting, leading the batting has to be Hamza Khan of Rwanda. After 5 innings, he has 151 runs. Following him closely is his other teammate, Neo Mugabo Isai, who has played 5 matches and has 141 runs. And of course, Danladi Isaac in third position. 4 innings he has played and has 139 runs. And for the bowling, Emile Rukiriza of Rwanda has 12 wickets, 5 innings, economy rate of 5.75 and 45 dots. Isaac Okpe of Nigeria, 5 innings, 10 wickets, economy rate of 6.22 and 51 dots. And Mohamed Nadir, 5 innings, 9 wickets, economy rate of 4.25 and 69 dot ball. And of course, for fielding, Oscar Manishimwe is leading that pack. Following closely is Kenneth Boniface of Nigeria. And of course, Sulaiman Rushewe, captain of Nigeria. And 10 matches have been played, 20 innings, 2,314 runs, 137 wickets, 2,129 balls have been bowled, 162 extras, 187 fours have been played, 65 sixes, 8 players have scored 50 runs, and 8 players have scored 50 plus partnership, and 100 plus partnership. 8 maidens have been bowled, 1,018 dot balls, 56 catches, and 2 stumpings. And for Team Rwanda and Team Nigeria, they have 1 change to decide. Rumabugabo Clinton, the captain, is out for Oscar Manishimwe, and for Nigeria, Joshua Sia is also out injured, and Elo Chukundudubem is in. My name is Sheung Ajidagba once again, and it's great to have you here for the live commentary of this big game that is of interest to Nigeria, to Rwanda, and everyone who wants to be part of this event. Great to have for the very first time in this competition. First time with me, I must say, Ijoma Okigbo is here. Good morning, Ijoma, and it's great to have you here at the commentary position.
Good morning, Shehu Ajidaba, the man with the stats. That's what we call you. Great to have you in Lagos. It is the second edition of the West African Trophy Tournament here in Abuja. It is at the Moshood National Stadium, and we're having the two top teams in this tournament. Of course, the Nigerian side are better off the Rwandan. Great to be here. Great scenes. And then there we have the first ball. Prosper Useni. Innocent Ndaolo of Uganda usually call him the big man with a big frame. Prosper, he has been one of the bowlers who've been very, very useful with the ball for the side. Picking two man of the player of the match awards, rather. Two consecutive player of the match awards. Wait to see Prosper for the side. Sheon, how's it going for you?
It's been great, thank you. And like Prosper Useni, like Emile Rukiriza for Rwanda, those are the two players in this tournament that have picked the consecutive player of the match awards. And only two players have also gotten match ball from the umpire, Emile Rukiriza, yesterday against Sierra Leone. And oh, what a missed chance! Hamza Khan would have been out. But what we have is an unwanted scene where the Nigerian captain dropped that ball from the bowling of Prosper Useni, and that was one wicket that they were aiming to quickly get Hamza Khan, the top batter, with 151 runs from 5 matches. And with that one, he makes it 152. But more importantly, the health condition of Nigeria's captain is very much important. And the physio, Adeshemowo, is working hard alongside the other medical doctors to get Sulaiman back. He's a very pivotal player for the team, the leader of the side, the opening batter, the controller general, or call him the general overseer of the team. It's very, very much important to have Sulaiman Rushewe back on his feet. And the scenes we are seeing are very encouraging. Ijoma, that ball from Prosper Useni was very quick, and you saw Hamza Khan shuffle to go and play that ball. But the pace of that ball was quite fast.
Yeah, great to see the captain, Suleiman Ronshaw. He made an attempt in trying to catch that ball, but it slipped through his fingers and almost rather hurt him in the process. But it's great to see him back on his feet. This is the very first over in this tournament. The team will needs him to be strong and able to guide the team through this game against Rwanda. Earlier in about the first 4 games of this tournament, we've usually seen a wicket fall in the very first over. It was that attempt that Suleiman Ronsewe was trying to, that opportunity that Suleiman Ronsewe was trying to see if he could grab one for his team. But then it was not possible. And Hamza Khan has to stay again. But great to see Suleiman back in, very good condition.
Didier Indubukumana has an opportunity to face Prosper Useni's bowling. And the intent is clear. Great piece of fielding. They want to do 3, but 3 looks very risky. Lovely running from Mr. Reliable, Isaac Okpe. Call him Ziki. Utility player. And the player of the match from yesterday's game against Zambia, where he grabbed 5 wickets for 25 runs in 4 overs. And got the match ball from the third umpire, Kende Olambiwonu, who today is standing. And Ijoma, proud to your arrival. Big congratulations to the tallest umpire in Nigeria, Dairu Habib Amoto Enesi. His standing is 50th T20 International, joining the likes of Rotoka, joining the likes of Alim Da, Chris Gaffani, Isaac Oyeko, can continue, David Odiambo. I will say congratulations to you, Amoto. We hope to see many more from you and the others also to achieve that milestone.
Absolutely, Sean. There have been lots of milestones in this tournament. So many. We could see the likes of Mohamed Kabir, of Nadir rather, of Rwanda. He's picked his 50th T20I wickets in this tournament. Great to see so many milestones. We've got players who are making debuts in this game. We've got also umpires who are making debuts in their T20I officiating in this tournament. So much to see. And that's this kind of stuff we're expecting in this West African trophy tournament. So great work. Thank you so much to our sponsors who have given us the opportunity for us to witness cricket and enjoy the game here in Abuja. The likes of Dafabed, Sportsbox, Dreamcatchers TV, Fireflies, thank you so much for partnering alongside the Nigerian Cricket Federation to ensure that cricket in West Africa, in East Africa, and across the continent get the opportunity of watching the game. Sheon Okasha Ishaku, one of the debutants in this tournament, on the 19 player, has been really instrumental with the ball. He's been doing his bit on his side. What you say about that sort of player?
He's an emerging talent. But one thing I also want to say, yesterday was not a good day at the office against Zambia. Maybe he can make it count today. The Kaduna State player was representing Nigeria some 9 months ago in Lagos at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, where the Nigerian Cricket Federation hosted the ICC Under-19 Men's Africa qualifiers, with Tanzania picking that sole ticket. And to see him now coming to represent Nigeria at the senior level is gratifying to see. And to think that is the other change bowler is also pleasing. More importantly, we have to say, Ijoma, Nigeria is missing a Guinness World Record holder. Peter Hall against Sierra Leone, 6 wickets for 5 runs in 3.4 overs and 1 maiden, is off to Dubai.
With that race, yes, it is a race for the first boundary in this game of Okasha Ishaku's bowling. But then it is Hamza Khan who has benefited from that ball of Okasha Ishaku, taking Rwanda to 9 runs for the loss of no wicket in the second over. Yeah, Sheo, you are talking about Peter Aho. Really great to see him in Dubai playing at the ILT20. Hopefully he's going to get great experience there and return back to Nigeria to try to encourage some of the players. The idea of having cricketers from across the regions travel to some of these big leagues, is just to ensure that they get the opportunity and then help you encourage the other players to know that, yes, if I can make it, if a player from your hood can actually make it to the top, you should also aspire to dream big.
Well said, Ijoma. Oh, lovely shot. One day, Hamza Khan having a good day at the office and taking on Ukasha, sending him to places he doesn't want to be. And after 2 overs, Rwanda on 13, which meant that they are currently on 6.50. And the projected score at this stage will be 130, which will be more than what they scored against Nigeria during the first meeting. Nigeria scored 119, and they were able to score 110. Something needs to be done if Nigeria hopes to surpass that in the second innings. And that's why we always say in the first innings, you must reduce your opponent to the barest minimum that you can handle. Prosper Hosseini back. Well executed. Well executed. That conversion from Didier Indibikumana, excellent, intelligent. And you could see the technique behind it. Ijoma, speak about that technique. It's pleasing to see.
Absolutely, Sean. He tried to scoop the ball, well timed, to the dismay of Prosper Hosseini. He probably wasn't expecting that. And that effort that just granted Didier a boundary. And oops. Going to see Didier wearing 99. Remember Giselle Ishimwe of the Rwanda women team 99 as well. Very good with the bat and the ball, especially with the bat. And that same sort is what Didier is trying to display here in Nigeria.
We have a few Ishimwe in the female team. Giselle, Henriette. Cricket, you call that smell leather. And that ball called for conversation, or more like a tete-a-tete between Hamza and Didier. He's looking from where the ball is pitching from. This is the 11th match, day 6 of this tournament. And for the very first time, Kende Olambiwanu and Dairu Abiba Moto Enesi will be standing together. Another 4. And you see Prosper Hosseini is cutting a very dejected figure. But he has to wear a positive face. He has the ball. He has 10 fielders working for him. And he has 6 good balls to be bowled. But the batter has just 1 life. So when you wear a long face and you're looking dejected, you're giving more power to the batter.
Absolutely, Didier made that look so easy. This time around, it is racing again for a boundary, and yes, off it goes straight to the boundary. The fielder, that's Sylvester Okwe, can only look on. Nothing could be done about the ball because the pace was so fast. And Shion, just as you said, yes, Prosper is looking very unimpressed, distressed, but then this is the game. You have to pick up yourself if you want to ensure that this game goes into your hands. Remember that Nigeria are yet to be beaten in this tournament. They are facing a strong, tough side like Rwanda. Rwanda's aim here is to ensure that they win the trophy. And if they're going to do that, they have to face a team like Nigeria.
There is a psychological part that comes with something like this. Prior to the game yesterday against Zambia, or before the game even started yesterday, talk about day 5, match 9 between Sierra Leone and Rwanda. Prosper Hosseini was on the leaderboard for bowling. And after that game between Sierra Leone and Rwanda, moved close to him was Mohamed Nadir, the spinner for Rwanda, and surpassing him by claiming 5 wickets was Emile Rukiriza, who now has 12. And so from first, you jump to fourth. And when he had an opportunity to bowl against the Zambians, he didn't get any wicket at all. And you can imagine that after 2 overs, you are still in search of your first wicket. It can be a bit frustrating. And Ijoma, you know what that does? When you look at it, that the second ball of his first over, he felt if the wicketkeeper had caught that ball, Hamza Khan would have been out. That momentum, that zeal, that ginger will be with him to go on. But then that's not the story. He must learn to live with it. Hamza Khan and Didier still batting.
Absolutely, Shion. That's why you're a player. As a player, your taught mental alertness, how to ensure that even if the game seems like it's not going your way, you should try to keep focus, stay focused, because this is cricket, and they usually say cricket is like a biscuit. It could turn either way. You know, so Prosper should just try to stay focused and ensure that he plays his game and contribute as much as to his team. Today, of course, is another day to good. Okay, yeah. Good running between the wickets. Those two, Didier and Khan, trying to build some sort of partnership. 26 runs already on ball in the 4th over. Taking their time, I feel like they're enjoying themselves. They're having a good time. You know, at the crease, they know themselves where they've been playing together for a long time, being good openers for Rwanda. With that, oh, that will raise for a 4. The chase was in vain. Okosha will just look a bit dejected atop the fielder. Down at the deep will be able to race to catch that ball, but no, the ball has a lot of pace behind it. And Khan Hamza will get another boundary.
This is one area that should worry Coach Steve Tikolo and the match analyst Jamal and the entire Nigerian team. The run rate is astronomical. At this stage, they need to fix it or they get punished. And like you rightly said, in 2023, when the West Africa Trophy happened in Lagos, Nigeria went unscathed, won all their matches, including the final against Rwanda, where they beat them by 17 runs. They met them in take 1. They beaten them. They're going to meet 3 times in the group stage. And possibly, if the 2 of them qualify at the top team, they meet again on Sunday. So this is one game that the Rwandans want so much and need so badly. And at this stage, this is totally unacceptable. The captain must put on the thinking cap in ensuring that they cut down on this run rate. 8.35 at this stage is absolutely unacceptable. But you have to credit Rwanda. Taking advantage of the power play is what we have always preached.
Yes, Rwanda really taking advantage of the power play, finding the gaps, ensuring that they send the balls as much as within the reach of the fielders, and they've been doing that so well. Well, Okasha is a youngster, young lad. You probably learned from this game. I think that's one of the reasons why Steve Tikolo had to, you know, include them in the squad. About 5 of the debutants, 5 of the under-19 boys. So they learn from their errors. They learn and see how the game is being played against top sides. But then that's the end of the 4th over. It is 33 runs, no wickets yet. Rwanda seem to be having a good time at the crease. The projected score has improved to 165. and their current run rate is 8.25. Very good, very impressive from them. I'm sure the Rwandan stands will be very impressed and pushing and ensuring that Khan and Didier do a good work for them within the power play, and they're really building a very good partnership.
It was bound to happen that Didier Indibukumana and Hamza Khan are finding so much joy with the pace bowlers. Reason captain had to tweak things and bring on former captain of the side and the man who created history by qualifying Nigeria for our first ever World Cup back in 2019 in Namibia, Windhoek to be precise, Sylvester Okpe. They needed to cut down on that run rate. They were very, very comfortable. And that's what Sylvester does for you. He tries to calm things down, but unfortunately, another spinner in the side is out injured. Joshua Sia, not part of today's team. And lovely sweep. Lovely sweep. One bounce for. After respecting two good balls bowled by Sylvester, he dispatches the third one in very convincing fashion. The intent is clear from Didier, 21 from 14. Hamza Khan, 16 runs from 13 balls.
That run will bring Hamza Khan back on strike. Hamza Khan is the top batter in this tournament with about 151 runs to his credit, 5 innings, a strike rate of 97.42. He's leading the batting charts for this tournament.
Wait to see what the captain will do. But after 5 overs, 38 for loss of no wickets, their current run rate has dropped from what it was before to 7.60, which is still very much good. And at this stage, the projected score will be 152. And the captain decided to entrust the two brothers with bowling, while the younger brother is coming from the Citygate end. The other brother will be coming from the House on the Rock. And they will hope for that kind of performance of yesterday from Isaac, who is Mr. Reliable in the team with his bowling, quick, and can also cut down on runs when the need arises. That's what he brings to the table. Second leading wicket taker with 10 wickets to his credit from 5 matches, and has an economy rate of 6.22 and 51 dot balls. Communication very pivotal in the game of cricket. I know was the call from Didier to Hamza, else he'll have taken a long walk back to meet his teammates.
Isaac Okpe, one of the veterans in this side, featured for Zimbabwean League as well. Lots of caps to his credit. He knows this game a lot more than most of the players on the field. Oh, the tournament, the over was looking like it was going for a maiden one until that single.
But you have to say that Salim Salah, another wicket keeper and opening batter, had a good day at the office yesterday, but unfortunately, could not finish strong. When I mean good day, as compared to his other matches where he has not given his best. Another missed opportunity. And that's from Danladi Isaac. Danladi Isaac yesterday, very impressive with the bat. Scored 54 runs off 42, which included 7 fours. Joining the growing list of players who have scored half century at this competition.
Last ball in this over. Oh. A dot ball will end the over. And I'll also be giving space for...
After the end of power play, 40 for no loss. The current run rate is 6.67 and the projected score is 133. Hamza Khan has 17 runs from 16 balls. That's 100% strike rate. Same as Didier, who has 23 runs from 20 balls, above 100% strike rate. At this stage, I will take a bow and allow Peter to form a collaboration with Ijoma, and hoping that Peter's arrival will give birth to a wicket.
Thank you very much, Jagwa. IJ, good morning. It's nice to be back with you in the commentary box.
Welcome, Peter. I'm sure you've been watching the game from the sides. What are your takes?
Prosper was saying he started off, putting the ball way to outside of off, and Amzat Khan has been very good with playing cutting balls into the gap towards the backward point and point region. And even though Danladi Isaac is the man still in front of him today, he's not bothered about it. He and Amzat Khan have settled down. He and Didier have settled down and found the gaps. And that has given Nigerian fielding side a lot of difficulties, because balls on the stumps, they are actually making good use of it, running between the sticks, and the ones outside of off are finding the boundaries. Earlier on, Sylvester Okwe was swept to the boundary. It's just something that I don't think the Nigerian fielding side were prepared for today, and that says a lot about their preparation. This time around was better bowling from Sylvester Okwe, and just not the right contact length for Didier, who goes on. Didier is actually in charge today, the captain for the side today, in place of Clinton Rubagumia. And this is just more, it's not more than just being an opening batter. You're now a leader in the crease, and he's doing just that.
Well said, Peter. Nigeria, we need to find how they can make up for some of the fielding lapses, because we could see the Rwandan batters really exploiting some of those errors, and it's working for them. 7 runs short of getting to the 50 runs mark here. They've had a great time with the power play, exploited it so much, ensured that they've piled up runs to their side. And that brings us to the end of the 7th over. It is 43 for no loss. The Nigerian side will have to put up their thinking cap to see how they can break this partnership if they could find anything out of this game as soon as possible.
If you notice so far, you see that the power has switched. I think it's a tactical approach by Rwanda. Hamza Khan has always been the major run scorer for this squad up until yesterday, where he got out pretty early. And today, he's relaxed a bit. He has his own runs on the board, still 100% right strike rate, 19 of 19. But this time around, Didier has taken charge. And that's something I think the Nigerian side were not prepared for. They were prepared for possibly Hamza Khan, and now they don't just have to deal with one, but two strong batters. And that is why I talked about finding the gap for Hamza Khan. Very good at cutting that ball towards the back region. Every single fielder for Nigeria right now has to be very compact. Having a deep mid wickets and an extra covers. Trying to set up Hamza Khan for a catch is quite unnecessary at this point because he's not going to buy the bait. Majority of his shots have gone towards the offside. But for balls, the sweep shots that have gone towards the leg, a deep square leg would have been better employed. But I understand the field setup just in case. You can never be too cautious. Nigeria have decided to keep all their balls on the offside. But when that swing might come in, either intentionally or accidentally, and Hamza Khan will be on strike, he will definitely send it to the boundary for 0-4.
Well said, Peter. Isaac Okpe coming in from the house of the wrong end. He's looking like there's something he should do to try to break this partnership. A wicket is yet to fall. We're currently in the 8th over. And the Rwandans are enjoying the momentum. Oops.
This is the kind of improvement I think we expect to see from Nigeria. And the power play, the first 5 overs of the power play, I would say we are very, very exploited. 38 in the first 5, 2 more in the fourth, in the final over. And now the runs have actually dropped in the last 2 overs. So far, just 2 runs have been added to the board. 4 runs have been added to the board in the last 2 overs, and that's an improvement. The chart has dropped for Rwanda. Now, what they need to do is just remain there and start to click. They've had enough runs, 14 more, 16 more in the next 2 overs, which I think is impossible. We'll put them at a very comfortable spot. Good play by Rwanda, good play, good comeback by Nigeria too.
Didier seemed fine. Appeared to be like the ball had brushed the helmet. And after that medical break, he's ready and pumped up again to face Isaac Okpe. Oops. Trying to steal a single, but that was impossible. Another dot ball. One more run to end this 8th over. Just as you said, Peter. The runs seem to have dried up a little for the Rwandan side, and good comeback from the Nigerians. They will need to keep the momentum, each of them, especially the Nigerian bowlers, if they'll be able to ensure they try to restrict this Rwandan side. Just 2 runs in this over. That brings us to the end of the 8th over. It is 45 for no loss for the Rwandan side. Spinner returning back. Sylvester Okwe from the House of the Rock end, rather the City Gate end. Peter, seems like the game is getting more intense. Oops.
There is an extra cover in place, and Didier is not going to try and go big yet. He's just going to play it on the ground, which is the plan employed by the Nigerian fielding side. As now he cannot comfortably sweep to the leg side. They've tried to come for his stumps. Sylvester Okwe specifically, I tried coming for the stumps and has been punished. So taking that ball outside of off, with that ball turning in, just outside of off, and that ball turning in, is what they actually need as a team, and what they need to. That line needs to be maintained. But at some point, it will need to change that line and length, because anytime a batter approaches that ball and covers that line, he is going to make good contact.
Didier gives himself room, misfield, but they're still able to pick a single. Peter, we could see that the area balls, or the attempt by the Rwandan side to go really big, has kind of dropped in a way. They're trying to now pick as much singles or doubles as they find to be able to push up their run rate, because it has actually reduced. At some point it was 177, the projected score, but it's now dropped to 106.
I wouldn't say the Nigerian side are having trouble picking wicket, but yesterday something similar happened against Zambia. Eight overs were completed and no wicket was taken. And today against Zambia, against Rwanda, it is 9 completed, no wickets taken. It's not like the bowling of the Nigerian side are not compact, but I think they are more focused on limiting runs than actually taking wicket. And when you let a batter stay too long in his crease, he understands the pitch better, understands the field setting, and he gets bit that confidence and that comfort. Elechukwu is coming back in for the 3rd time, his 3rd international cap, has been benched for the last 2 games, coming in as the 12th man for the injured Joshua Asia last time against Zambia, which was yesterday. And he's coming in. It's not really had very fun overs bowling spell so far, but it's off to a good start. That's how you come back into the squad and try and take back your place as one of the privileged players to take up the ball and bowl.
Iluchuku, one of the young under 19 players who've been handed caps in this tournament. Good start by the young lad. A dot ball and then a single. On that dot ball, you can hear the fielders cheering him on. More dot balls. Peter, I would say it's been really challenging for the Rwandan side in this game to play against the spin bowlers. I think they've found the pace bowlers a bit easy to be able to try to penetrate and feed off from their errors. I think they've been a bit of a challenge for them anytime they face the spinners.
Not necessarily a challenge. The spinner just know where to put the ball, and that is keep it on the off. And Amza Khan is not finding that gap.
Oops.
Exactly what I was
Sweep.
talking about. Once they found, there was no difficulty in facing the spinners. It was just about the gap. The
Hmm.
gap was the problem, and now that gap has been founded by Didier. 4 more runs to finish the 10th over. It's 54 on the board now. For Rwanda. No wickets lost. Good start. That decision to sweep that ball into the gap. Very risky one, but it's one of the things that you expect to see. Nwachuku, Eluchuku, Umudubim has not really been fantastic, whenever given the ball. This is his best bowling over so far since picking up the ball. It's something that they will need to improve on. Already into the waters break, time for both teams to come together and re-strategize. And Nigerian captain will need to talk, as is having a talk with the coach currently. And I hope that they've seen where the error is, and that is looking for dot balls rather than wickets.
Water break done and dusted. The players and the umpires as well are now rejuvenated for the next 10 overs. Halfway into the innings already. And it's Isaac Sylvester Okpe rather returning again for his third spell coming in from the City Gate end. Oh. One run, that ball was raised into the boundary, but the fielder at the deep was quick enough to limit 3 runs.
Yeah, IJ, just as I mentioned earlier, Sylvester has been consistent bowling off that stump. It was a matter of time before any batter that was facing would come closing the wicket and making contact. When you let a opening pair get into the 10th over of a T20, they would not be afraid to actually start hitting big.
Yeah, with so much wickets in hand, they'll try to see if they can go big, go aerial. They'll need to see how they've been trying to scratch out the singles and doubles. They'll try to see if they can go really big, get the boundaries. Try to ace up this current run rate. It has dropped significantly. It used to be 8 points, but it's now 5.43. Kudos to the efforts of the bowlers, the Nigerian bowlers. Dot balls have been piling. Whoop, try to scoop this one. There's no fielder. But good stop. Good stop by Ramon Ali. Ramon Ali, debutant in his very first game. He picked the man of the match, scoring over 60 runs in that game. Great effort by this young lad. Good stop from him. Just 2 runs in that one. Just as you said, Peter, the Rwandans are really trying to find the gap. They're ensuring that with every ball, they try to steal 1 or 2, pick 1 or 2 singles, pick 1 or 2. If it's not a single, probably a double, just to ensure that they keep the scoreboard ticking, ensure that the scorers are getting really busy, and improve their run rate as well.
The dot balls are paying off, but you need to put a little bit of unease to the Rwandan, batting order. If this goes on, if this batting partnership goes on, even if they don't get to 100, any batter that is coming in will understand his job. And this is just Didi and Hamza Khan. Oscar hasn't had to come in yet. Isai hasn't had to come in yet. Orchid too. Orchid hasn't really done much with the bat, and that's because he's had to come in and just, compliment. But if he's given that chance to strike and he does strike, it would not be funny.
Iluchuku handed the ball from the House of the Rock end. Conceded 6 runs in his first over. We're trying to see if he can squeeze. Oops. Good bowling this time around. Iluchuku has really been impressive in this over.
He's fixed his line, and put that ball at the perfect place to make the batter, shuffle. And just at that peak of the turn of the ball, before now, Iluchuku has the length, and he's been bowling at the pace bowler's length, and giving the batters enough time and enough patience, enough, slow behind the ball to pick their direction. And that has really affected his bowling spree. Seeing him get dropped, seeing the ball get withdrawn from him, not getting more chances to bowl. And courtesy of Joshua Asia's injury, I think that because Asia Joshua was very fantastic yesterday, picking 3 wickets. And he's coming now. He's coming in his place and gotten the ball immediately. And he's doing very, very okay.
The 3 runs conceded for Iluchuku in this over. Good effort. He seems to be really improving with his lines and length. And that brings us to the end of the 12th over. It is 65 for no loss. Kenneth Boniface been handed the ball. They'll be coming in from the Citygate end. Also one of the young lads in this game, one of the under-19 players. Kenneth handed the ball, bowling for the very first time in this tournament. Let's see what he's got off his sleeves. Oops.
At these stages of the tournament, Nigeria trying something new. Giving Elochukwu the ball again. Is impressed. Kenneth starting good. The spinners, I think after Isaac Sylvester Okwe, Sylvester was more of, the front man, understood the line at which they can play with, and these two have compensated that. Big chase, Isaac Daladi. Big attempts. Just couldn't put enough touches behind that ball to keep it in the circle. And it races all the way to the boundary for 4. Lovely chase. And Kenneth needs to come on the off stump. His 2 balls have come in on the stumps. He's both on the stumps with the balls going outside of leg. All the batters had to do was just have his bat at the right place and flicks it behind. And the first time was lucky, the second time not so lucky, as that ball races to the boundary.
Down square leg. Kenneth Boniface flicks that one. Didier fix that one towards square leg, and the fielder picks it up quickly. Danladi Isaac has been very, very much alert. Been a very good fielder. We saw him put his body in the line in that previous 4. Yeah, just look at that again. How much he put his body on, but that's unsuccessful. Really, Danladi has been really instrumental to this side in terms of fielding.
Kenneth Boniface actually has been lucky. Those lengths he's pitching those balls are actually playable lengths. But Rwanda, I think the batters we're always expecting a turn given he is a spin bowler. So they're always expecting that turn. As the turns are not coming, they've just had to react late and just try and punch the ball forward towards any direction it is going to and take a run off it. Good end to the over for Kenneth Boniface. No wickets yet. It's 13 overs for 74 on the board. Nigeria felt they've got to the wicket as the appeal was loud.
Iluchuku. Oops. Really big up and over. And that's a catch by Ukasha. And the great efforts by Elochukwu. He's been asking all the questions. Finally, this partnership of 76 runs has been broken by the young lad Olochukwu Ndudube. You feel really excited to have gotten this big breakthrough for the Nigerian side. In the 14th over, just take a look at that again. Sukasha buried it. First wicket for Elochukwu. And Hamza Khan finds his way back to the pavilion. Hamza Khan has really been very instrumental to this Rwandan batting setup. One of the top leading scorers in this tournament. In comes in Emilia Luisa. Emilia has also been very good with the ball. Previously Player of the Match award. Picked a five in his previous game. He's now been entrusted with the bat, and I'm sure he'll be willing to help the side. Down the square leg, and there's a fielder. Good. Great pick up by Okasha as well. 1 run. Emilia gets off the mark.
Already into the 14th over. It's high time that Rwanda's batters start to open up, and find the boundaries. Unlucky for Wamzakan, didn't play beyond Okasha and couldn't play out of his reach either. But still got 9 more wickets, and we're almost into the last 5 overs of this game. 6 more overs to go. It's the right time to open up. Emile coming in ahead of Isai is a tactical approach by the Rwandan bench, which we'll look on. Maybe we'll get to see how the plan to go further with that. But Emile coming in way ahead. Emile has been coming in 6th, and now he's coming 1 down. And that tells you that there is something that Rwanda is cooking that we do not know yet. And let's see if it might come out sweet or might backfire.
Boniface returns from the Citygate end. Oops, big, really big. Good stop at that by that fielder. Elochukwu. Just pick 1 run. Just as you said, Peter, I think you could see the batters are now trying to really go very big. There are lots of wickets in hand, and we're in the death overs. So, of course, open up, play up. Because the current run rate has drastically dropped. The dot balls have been very, very useful to the Nigerian side.
Try to go off, way outside of off. I was about to comment on that, but that touch sends it all the way behind the wicketkeeper out of Suleiman's reach. Should have been a wide, but that contact sends it to a 4. 4 bigger than 1. Rwanda makes up for that contact. Good play by Didier. Already on course for his first 50 of this tournament. That captain band, that captain responsibility that has been saddled on him, I think has made him be more focused and more intentional this time, more composed as to the kind of shot he takes. He's not going risky, he's not being risky, he's not being adventurous. He's just taking the contact with the ball at the right time. Quick run, 49 ready for him. Emile, who is on 100% strike rate, he is back on strike.
maximum. First maximum in this game. We see Isaac, Sylvester Okwe trying to race up to see if he could stop that, but no, the ball went behind him, really well above him. And Emilia Rukuriza picks the first maximum for this game, for the Rwandan side in this game. Rwandans trying to really swing their bats at the balls. That dot ball brings us to the end of the 15th over. It is 89 for 1. Look at that again. Look at that. Lovely shot by Emilie. Luchuku returning from the House of the Rock, and he picks that very important wicket of Hamza Khan. Behind the ball again to see if it could be another breakthrough. It is Didier who is facing his one-run shot of a half century in this game. Yeah, that run brings Didier to his first half century in this tournament, in this game as well. You can hear the cheers and the applause from his teammates at the stands. Great effort, Didier, the captain of this side for today, leading on the pitch and off the pitch as well. 50 runs for 50 balls, great effort.
Come as you like, I'll say. Didier hasn't really had a very nice run in the tournament. Is known how to stay a couple, innings, overs, I'll put it, but not really had that good runs to add to the board for himself until today. But as you appreciate Didier, also appreciate Elochukwu. He's been very good with the ball since coming back into the starting 11. 15 runs so far for the young chap, and he's picked up Nigeria's only wickets. Prosper has really struggled to pick a wicket. Picked up 9 wickets in the first 3 games. Hasn't picked up a wicket in the last 2. And now he's yet to pick up a wicket at all. The young man is injured currently and might still come back to bowl, but it's still a lot of work to do for Nigeria going forward. The runs are okay, the runs are low, but the wickets need to drop as well. Good bowling. They need to start finding the wickets. They can't exploit the Rwandan batters because they are not going in the air. They're not trying to find maximums. They're just trying to keep the ball on the ground. So what Nigeria needs to do now is make sure those bills are dislodged.
Big up in the air. Who is under it? It is Elochukwu once more. Caught and bowl, you catch as well. Good effort from the young lad. Peter, you're just commending him. That after having been returned back to the squad, it's been very impressive, and we could see that. We could see the reason why the coach had handed him a place in the starting lineup. 2 wickets, very important wickets. It is Didier. Didier who scored his own half century in this game. The captain of the side who's had to depart. Off Elochukwu's ball. Just take a look at that. Up in the air. Good catch. Calm as you like by Elochukwu. Well under the ball, well rested and caught it. Swallowed it up. And Rwanda lose their second wicket. Peter, you were just talking about ensuring that the bails at this point get dislodged. And we see that off Elochukwu's ball. One more ball left and it's over. Great effort from this player. So much to learn in this game from the under-19. From the under-19 youngster. You see Isai
Sai knows how to find the wicket as well as run between the sticks. Good game so far by Didier. Unlucky to have gone out, but went out with his best performance so far in the tournament. And Umbudubim Elochuku is having his own fair share. 2 wickets already, 1 cut and pull for the bowler. The wickets coming from unexpected faces for Nigeria currently. His side definitely, like I said, good with the bat and running between the wickets. Ended that over, putting 4 more runs on the board for Rwanda. It's 97 for 2 wickets lost after 16 overs.
Okasha Ishaku. Oops. Swing and a miss. Kasha from the City Gate end. 18 runs already conceded rather. Emilio Kiriza. Oops! Where is that ball going to? Up and over. Good catch! Good catch by Prosper Hosseini. At the deep, good catch. The wickets seem to be falling for the Rwandans. And just as you said earlier, Peter, really wickets coming from unexpected hands from Akasha. Once again, on the 19th player who's been handed a place in this squad in this tournament. Emilia Lukariza really went big for that one. But it consumed him. He's returned back to the pavilion, much to the delight of the Nigerian bowlers. And we see Daniel Gumisenge coming in to replace Lukariza Emile. Lukariza, very instrumental, very purposeful with the ball for Rwanda. Unable to do so much with the bat, but I'm sure we'll see him very set in the second innings with the ball and expect so much more from him at the time. Just look at that. Good catch. Wow. Well rested and swallow. Easy as you like by Prosper Hosseini. Prosper yet to pick a wicket in this game, but then he can contribute, of course, as a fielder. Kasha.
Just like I mentioned, IJ said that what they need are those wickets dropping. The more wickets drop, any batter coming in will want to go big, and that is where the advantage comes in. Khan and his opening pair, Didier, they were giving all that comfort space. So regardless of dots, they knew they had something big on the board. Any new batter coming in will have something to prove. And as those wickets are dropping, the batters are coming, knowing they are coming in the dying stages of the innings and will attempt to go big. And that is what the team needs. And it has worked in favor of Nigeria. That drinks break makes or breaks a batting partnership, and that has worked in favor of Nigeria. Another wicket right now, Daniel Gumisenge trying to cut that ball, but edges it into the gloves of our waiting wicket keeper, Suleiman Rusewe. IJ, look at that replay again. Just Suleiman was just there. Didn't even do too much. That ball just came straight to the wicket keeper. Missed the chance earlier in the first over of this inning, and this time around did not make that mistake. This ball was much more slower and much more. He was much more prepared for it, and that is another wicket. Comes and goes immediately. A silver duck for Daniel Gimisenge, and Orchid will be the new man in.
Two more balls left for Kasha in this over. He's picked up 2 wickets already. 2 dot balls. Orchid to Isengwe. That boy's racing 2 fielders behind it, but no. Ball seemed to be faster. It's got pace on it. Has more feet on its legs, and you race down to the boundary. What a way to announce your arrival, Orchard. 4 runs in that one. That again, the fielders
It's very difficult running his side out. That young lad, the short man, always quick between the stumps. Once he's on his feet, he's always there before that ball even gets into the reach of the wicket keeper. And that is the end of the 17th over. 102, 4 wickets lost. He's already into the middle order batting of Rwanda. In the first 13 overs, no wickets lost, as 4 wickets have dropped in the last 4 overs for Rwanda. 3 more overs to go, 102, very low score. And the previous game, Nigeria batted first. Rwanda sending Nigeria to bat first. And Nigeria were able to put 119 on the board and defended it. This time, Nigeria won the toss and returned the favor, sending Rwanda to bat first. And Rwanda have, to try and do either better than that, or any score they put on the board, they will have to return the favor as well by putting Nigeria below it.
Isaac Cookby. Yesterday he picked up a 5-er. Today he's yet to pick a wicket. And I feel he's really itching to do so. 5 runs conceded in 2 overs. Currently in his 3rd over coming from the House of the Rock end. Oh, swing and a miss. By his side, look at that running. Peter, just as he said, it's really going to be very difficult to get that man, for him to be out on a run out because of the way he runs. Really quick, really fast. You don't even really see him, but he returns well home and dry.
Isaac, okay, actually slowed down that ball. You could see from his wrist, there's a little turn just to reduce the pace behind that ball. As his side was actually expecting the faster ball to make big contact with. Comes full, couldn't beat anyone in the deep, and they will settle for 1 inside, back on strike almost as soon as he left. The Yellow Greens know that Rwanda will not go big. The time they've tried to go big a second time, the ball ended up back in the hands of the bowler. This time they've got down at the Isaac on long off, long on as well. It's Sylvester okay. Goes big. With a success
Isai plays on the back foot, leans back, and makes sure that contact was in the right place of the bat. Plays it way beyond Selim Salah. The field setting wasn't, could not do much about a ball that was going outside of the boundary. Good field placement, but Isai with a good angle, big height, waited patiently and leaned away so as to have contact. Smart move, adventurous batting. 10 runs of the last two, and against none other than Isaac Okwi. Picked up a 5 in the last game, hasn't picked up 1 so far, and that is just because of the brilliant batting of Rwanda right now. Tries to hook it, but pulls it instead. As there's a deep square leg, Isiaku Hukasha. And that ends the 18th over, 116, 4-4. There you look at that ball again. That scoop to the boundary. Ramps that ball. That ball goes just above the wickets. Fine leg only had to escort that ball to the boundary. Good, the one thing I like about Isai IJ is that he likes to build his confidence very quickly. He doesn't need to take time settling in. The moment he's in and the balls are in his comfort zone, he plays almost immediately as soon as that those balls are coming. It doesn't take time to. This is T20, and he understands the assignment of a T20, where you're in the dying stages of an inning. All you have to do is put as much more on the board as you possibly can within that time frame.
Well said, Peter is doing it already. We saw 14 runs off that previous over, of the 17th over. Good efforts by Isai. Picked up a boundary, maximum as well, to be able to add to the total for the Rwandan side.
Come through, and you come through against Isai, who is already staying low and waiting for the ball. Just over Okasha, you're not going to get him at that length. Okasha has been really full on the length. Now he's coming. He's understood that he has to attack the stumps. He's not really done that earlier on in the tournament. I talked about it yesterday, how it needs to fit that pace onto the stumps. He's been away from the stumps a lot, and coming back, he's gotten 2 wickets in quick successions, in and over precisely. And that is the momentum he needs. He needs to maintain that line. He's started off with it. It needs to continue with it. Like his suits here. I like sloppy fielding from Sylvester Okwe. Came at a cost. Didn't hold on to that ball at the first try and had to escort it. Chasing hard behind it. And that is more runs on the board for Rwanda than last time against Nigeria. They put Nigeria at 119, only able to put 110 on the board in that chase. And now they now have 122, 1.4 more overs to play. That ball came outside of the wicket. Knew that ball was coming to the leg side. Sylvester could have done better. And it came at a cost. And the cost is 4 more runs to Okasha's already wonderful bowling spree. Expected the full length, and that ball picked short on a good length. And Isai could do very little in combating it, trying to play it to the leg side. Contact point was the glove, but it's okay as they will settle for 1 more on Okasha. Looking for a 3rd wicket. Won't be a hat-trick ball, won't be a hat-trick wicket, rather, but
Another wicket for wouldn't be bad for the young chap.
Kasha trying to get his lines right. To cheat. Appeal. Appeal given. And no cheat finds his way back. Okasha is third wicket already. Peter, we're just talking about him. Let's just look at that. Appeal for LB. And umpire Nesi Dairu, one of the veterans in this game, veteran umpire in this game in Nigeria, of course, gives that. And Okasha picks his third wicket. We see Ochid going back to the pavilion. The wickets in this game has really come from very unfamiliar faces. We've seen Eluchuku as well as Okasha. The 5 wickets fallen in this game has been through their effort, of course, alongside the fielders. But then good effort from the youngsters. Eluchuku alongside Okasha. And then we see Oscar Manishimwe taking up the place of Orchid. He's coming into the team for Clinton. The captain who's been injured. Oh, so that's one by Oscar. Going for a 4. What a way to announce yourself. We just saw Isaac. Okay, just look at the ball. There's nothing he could do. Just to watch the ball going down to the boundary.
That shuffle out from Oscar was what made Okasha put that ball outside of trying to put it outside of his reach so that the wicketkeeper could get a stumped. Bad idea. Like I said, what batters do against Okasha is not regularly put power. There was power behind that, but usually they do feed off the pace of his ball. Comes back to the wicket this time, almost getting an LB as that appeal was loud. But it doesn't matter as they will settle for 1 run to end the 19th over. 128 so far, final over. Nigeria has a lot of work to do. Rwanda have much more as they want to put up more runs on the high-scoring Nigerian side.
Isaac Okwe handed the ball. Can he do what he did for the Nigerian side against Zambia yesterday? Appeal! And it's been given. Very loud appeal. Very, very loud. Umpire Kennedy gives it. And we see Isaac picked up the very first wicket in this game. He's been very instrumental to the side. Yesterday picked a 5-er. And one of the reasons why the captain has handed him the ball in this very last over to try to ensure they limit these runs, keep it really cool. They've leaked out so many runs, the Nigerian side.
Oscar started off with a good 4. And now he's out. Didn't get a wicket with 4 more balls. Right now, as it stands, Isaac Okpe is the second leading wicket taker. 5 yesterday took him to 10, and now takes him to one behind Emile Rukiwiza, who is currently on 12 and has the second inning to pick up and extend that lead. Prosper was saying he didn't really pick up a wicket yesterday, and is still on 9. And there's a lot more work to do for Prosper. Not feeling too well, he had to go out and come back in, but he took a catch, a very important catch for Okasha Isiaku. That catch of Didier. Jean-Michael Iradukunda. 2 balls so far, no runs scored yet. Not certain if the non-striker was in the striker's end, but a run. Still 2-factor authentication, I'll call it. Suleiman Rusewi made sure that there was a run out at the non-striker's end. Now it remains to confirm which batter is out. And it is the striker running towards the non-striker's end, Dukunda Michael Jean. Nadir Mohammed will come in for the final ball of this over. 128, no runs in Isaac Okpe's final over. Good start for Rwanda. Started off the power play, putting 40 on the board. Haven't really been able to match that feat since the field setting expanded. Now, in the dying stages of the game, this is still a very good score. But against Nigeria, you want to do more than that. 128, I wouldn't say it's little, but it puts you on the edge. For every time that 2 runs are completed between the sticks, you're on the edge. For every time it is 3, a boundary, you're still on the edge. Seems there's a run out there. This is the one that the umpires ticked off. And Orchid was the scapegoat. Sorry, and Oscar was the scapegoat. Last ball, Isai being the one who took that run till the striker's end. And the previous ball, we faced the last ball of this inning. I think so. And another run out in quick succession. This time, Isai was there running to the non-striker's end. And Nadim Mohammed will go out at the striker's end. And then to the 20th over, IJ, please give us the score total.
And it's Rwanda who scored 128 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Rather 8 wickets. Rwanda the projected score was 129, and then the run rate at the time was 6.45. They done their bit as the Rwandan side to be able to push to 128. Earlier we saw Didier and Hamza Khan as the opening pair. Didier with the better figures as a batter in this game. 51 runs for 53 balls. Closely supported by Hamza Khan. 30 runs, 36 balls faced. And then we also saw Isai. Great efforts by Isai. With his current strike rate of 275, he scored 22 runs, 8 balls faced. And then Emilie Rukiriza, 10 runs off 8 balls. The rest of the batters were just only able to contribute a few runs on board, but great effort also must go to the Nigerian bowlers. We saw new boy in the squad, Okasha Ishaku, 3 wickets, 35 runs conceded in 4 overs, closely supported by Eluchukwu Ndudubem, 2 wickets, 21 runs conceded. Also, Isaac Ope picked also 1 wicket. Great effort from this side. From our own end, we stayed back, just relax, because the second innings, where Nigeria will be chasing a target of 129, will be coming up in a few minutes.
Great to be back to what I love to do best. Big shout out to my colleagues who have done a fantastic job all through the first innings. You get to hear them in the most important inning, which is the second innings. And I carefully use that word. It's the most important for both the fielding side and the batting side. For the fielding side, the brief is simple. They need to ensure that Nigeria don't score 129 runs in their allotted 120 balls they are expected to face. 120 good balls, I put it that way. And for the batting side, the brief is simple. They need to start scoring that runs. That was a close shave. The duo of Salim Salau and Ramon Ali need to watch it. The man putting on jersey number 90. Peter, you know these guys very well. Muhammad Nadil looks like Mamedu Baidu, the wicket keeper who started out for Zambia. The same way he ran out the captain, Sulaiman, yesterday. They have to be very careful.
Zappi coming on that storm. Nigeria started the first inning bowling outside of the off storm, and they were punished repeatedly for that. And things, Rwandan side, they've understood that these guys know how to play into the gaps, cutting it into the gaps. And Zappi, an intelligent bowler that is, and that is why he's gotten so much wicket in this tournament, has kept that ball on the wicket. And Ali Ramon on strike. Didn't have a great game yesterday, and he will look to better that today. Big bounce behind that ball by Ali Ramon. He's a tall individual. That ball is at no discomfort place for him. You know, if it was someone like Isai or Suleiman Ruseway, they might have to be, because that ball will be coming at shoulder length. He dealt with it properly. That ball is below waist level. Just a lovely flick. And 2 more runs for Nigeria. 2 much needed runs. Good start so far.
The first boundary for the second innings. Nigeria require 6.46. And from where we stand, they have gotten more than what is required, even when we still have 2 good balls left in this over. So the thinking about the game begins with how you calculate the balls.
Good adjustment from Zappi. Putting that ball, those 2 balls were shot on good length for Ramon Ali. That second time, no, on the middle stump, still the same length. And Ali Ramon at his comfort zone flicked that ball above mid wicket towards the boundary. Now Zappi has readjusted that line, bringing that line slightly outside of off. And that was the shot we saw Ali Ramon pull off. Good stop, by the way, by Daniel Gumisengi. 1 run. Orchid, the man now at backward point. Salim Salah would have taken a quick single off that last ball. You know, good continuation by Nigeria. 8 runs so far after 1 over. Ali Ramon and Salim Salah on strike. No wickets lost. Sheung, Nigeria have not been able to play beyond the power play. Only 2 teams have played beyond the power play without losing a wicket. Zambia did that against Rwanda yesterday. Rwanda has done the same thing against Nigeria today.
You wanted to say Zambia played yesterday against Nigeria?
No. Zambia played Rwanda yesterday, playing at least 8 overs without losing a wicket. Today, Rwanda played 13 overs against Nigeria without losing a wicket. Nigeria will need to learn how to keep their wickets beyond the power play, as that is the only way you can feel confident and freely open up without worrying that any fall of wickets would be disastrous in the chase.
I agree with you 200%. And if you look at what happened in the first inning, where Didier Indubikumana, the captain, today is not the wicketkeeper, it's Oscar Manishinwe and Hamza Khan, what they did, you hope that Nigeria can replicate such.
Ignance is bowling outside of the off. Good contact. edge is beyond the reach of the wicket keeper. That is Ali Ramon as he comes off strike now. And Nadir Mohammed is the man at third man region. Ignance has been, so far in this tournament, he's been compact with his bowling. I was surprised when he came in as the second opening bowler because Ignance was the kind of bowler that does give out extras every 1 or 2 in an over. And he fixed up on that in this tournament. He was very compact. Speaking of extras, it has started last game against Zambia. There were a lot of extras, 4 extras in 2 overs by Ignance. He's bounced back, got himself a wicket, and a lot more work needs to be done for the bowler. But so far, from previous tournaments and even at the domestic level, he has improved, and that is what you need to be as an individual, not just as a national team player. As an individual in your daily life, you improve on whatever aspect that you are participating in.
Much better bowling there from Intirenganya Ignace, coming from the house of the Rock End. Left arm quick bowler, keeping it away from Ramon Ali, who is on over 100% strike rate, having faced 6 balls and scored 8 runs, including 1 boundary of the bowling of Bimeyi Manazapi.
That ball was too short. Ali Ramon this is a very comfortable batter. We've seen any ball at that length, he will deal with it. It's just that ball came faster. If it was a bit slower, if that ball had paused, even at the slightest, Ali Ramon would have sent it to the maximum. Anyway, a boundary is a boundary. Lovely flick above Hamza Khan, who was on short fine leg. He could only watch in admiration. Look at that ball again. Swinging. Ali Ramon, being a striker, expected an outswing. And this ball this time around came swinging in. That late reaction, luckily didn't lose the wicket. Above short fine leg, 4 more runs. Nigeria exploding already.
Even from here, I can see it and I can feel it. Peter is not a Nostradamus, neither is he a soothsayer. But sometimes some of the things he says, you just need to take him very serious. If you have been running commentaries from day 1, which today is day 6, March 11, you have seen enough. You've seen 99 and 100 means nothing to you. I was talking about Interenganya Ignace. He will always give you that joy as the opposing side, but not to the delight of his teammates. Another extra he has given in this over. Already, the standing umpire, Eagle Eye, Kende Olabiwonu, the man from the Gateway State, has seen it from where he was standing. He needed nobody to affirm that ball went for 4, even when the fielder tried to make it seem like he rescued the ball from racing for 4. He already signaled for 4. Captain Sulaiman Rushewe and his coach, Steve Tikolo, the Gunzy Guns, wouldn't mind if others don't come into bat. They will hope that these two can stay in there for a longer period and continue to bat. Another wide ball declared by Kende Olambiwonu, level 3 umpire, one of the finest in Africa. Alongside his other brother, he's making his half century when it comes to standing in T20 International. Dairu Abiba Moto Nessi. Today is a milestone for him, and the two of them are standing for the very first time in 11 games. It's quite unbelievable.
And what is even more unbelievable is that in the first inning, Nigeria give out only 3 extras, one being a wide, the other two being leg byes. A total of 3 extras in the first inning, and in this over alone, Ignante has given out 3 extras. If they want to try and win this game, because what Nigeria is trying to do is just play out the balls, already up to a good start. 21 off after 2 overs for no wickets lost. In the time that Rwanda got to 25 runs mark, and that was after just 3 overs. Nigeria's 4 runs away from equaling that in 3 overs. Good start, no wickets lost. Ali Ramon on power, and Selim Salah is just bringing him on strike like Usewe did the last time in the previous game against Sierra Leone.
And you know the part you don't want is where the total runs required is at par with the balls that you are facing. It puts the fielding side in a discomfortable position because now they need 108 runs in 107 balls.
Yes, every boundary scored now is going to be of a big threat to Rwanda. Ramon was expecting that ball to come and threaten his stumps. You could see from that swing there that all he wanted to do was just try and get a flick, even if that ball was going outside of off. And Zappi has found an uncomfortable line that he thinks is uncomfortable for Ramon Ali, but it's just a matter of time before Ramon Ali understands that and plays in the boundary towards the offside.
Zappi zipping the ball to the delight of his teammates. Ramon Ali on his senior debut 48 hours ago took full advantage of it by emerging as the player of the match with 64 runs, 7 fours and 2 sixes. A repeat of such is what his teammates will be hoping for today. And you can see the action. That looks more like a bullish action that I know what I am doing. This man is one of the few players that I know that has all the strokes that you can think of. And he alone can press a self-destruct button. But if he decides to play, it's usually very unplayable.
You know, I mentioned it. I said it was just a matter of time before Ramon Ali will play a boundary on the offside. And that has actualized. End of the third over, 26 on the board for no wickets lost. In the first inning, after 3 overs, Rwanda posted up 25 on the board. Nigeria have done better than that by 1.
But again, I want to put you on the spot, Peter. After the power play, I was doing a check. Rwanda were 40 for no loss after the power play. Hamza Khan and, of course, Didier Ndubikumana doing that damage. And Nigeria now are 14 short of what Rwanda achieved, but they have 18 good balls from that 14 to be able to match. And hoping that maybe for the first time, what Peter is asking for, that after power play, Nigeria still keeps their wickets.
I'm not necessarily asking, but it is as the defending champion, you should lead by example. Everything is leading, and Nigeria is still yet to do that. You understand, Sierra Leone is not in form, and given how long it has been before their previous competition, but you as the defending champion, just coming back from a T20 World Cup qualifiers, your wicket should try and stay longer. Your opening batting pair should try and stay longer. Salim Salah had his best performance yesterday, lasting up until the 8th over. That was personal improvement for him. And Ali Ramon will need to actually do better than he did last time. Good first day. Yesterday wasn't so impressive. Today we'll need a better performance.
After just one over, he's been told to take a rest. Ignace into Renganya. The field is about a bit expensive. Reason they brought Jean-Michael Iradukunda to come from the House of the Rock end into his first over.
That full length and slow ball was the reason Ali Ramon didn't send that ball all the way to the boundary. As that ball was already in the air but was dipping instead of, zipping forward. And that deep was the reason for that change in intention by Ali Ramon.
Scare moment for Team Nigeria. Appeal from Team Rwanda. But see that again on replay. Kehinde Olamide, who wasn't just interested, felt that the ball was going down the leg side and not threatening the stumps. Reason that appeal wasn't granted. Oscar Manishimwe back into the fold.
It seems that Rwanda are one bowler down, as Clinton Rubagumia will not be bowling today, picking up an injury from yesterday. And today we might see a new person come in and bowl. Who do you think might be the new bowler today?
I don't like what you are doing, Peter. You're putting me on the spot. I'm not Didier. Didier will decipher another wide ball on who he thinks, but I know apart from Ignace, apart from Bimenyimana, Zapi, I know they still have Emile Kuriza they are relying on. I know they are relying on Muhammad Nadir. So Jean Michael Iradukunda is already bowling. So those are names that I've mentioned. Maybe another one will spring up. I don't know. The reason Ignace was changed was for this reason. He wasn't threatening the stumps. He was giving away extras. And Jean-Michael Iradukunda has continued in that stead. I'm sure that should be cause to worry for Captain Didier.
7 extras so far from these players. Nigeria have had less reason to use the bat, as the wides are coming in. 3 runs have been between wickets and 3 have come from extra. 6 runs so far in this over. Very expensive, not really expensive. No maximums, no boundaries found yet, but it's 6 runs of 5 leg out deliveries. Any more run of the last ball, and that would be more runs than balls faced. 4 leg out balls faced. And what Rwanda need is to keep those runs less above the total balls remaining.
You might necessarily not need those boundaries when you require singles to win the game. Now, if you look at the current run rate of Nigeria, after 4 overs, they are 32 for no loss. The current run rate is 8.00, and what they require is 6.06. Why do you want to stress yourself when you need 97 runs from 96 balls? And one of the most intelligent cricketer I ever interacted with is Sean Phillips, who used to play for Nigeria, the South African. Before he came to Nigeria, spent quality time that made him eligible to represent Nigeria. He said, as a bowler, you have 6 good balls to bowl, and you have 10 people working for you. And as the batter, you can dictate the pace of the field. You can tell the fielders to come in, and you can also tell them to go back to the boundary by virtue of what you do. So I was not surprised that they brought Mohamed Nadir to come and rescue things. That was the same thing Nigeria did when those runs were going up. They had to bring in Sylvester Ope, and then Elochukwu, Isaac, and of course Kenneth Boniface to try and reduce things a bit.
Nadir Mohammed has certainly been unplayable for most of this tournament. Only on few occasions has he been giving out expensive overs.
Peter, I'm appreciative of the fact that you are a cricketer, and when you see bowlers like this who are highly intelligent, you respect their over, knowing that other ones will come. So just continue to respect them, because he's very, very intelligent at his craft. The variation of the ball he bowls is a cause for concern for any batter. And that ball he bowled is clear from what you can say of Mohamed Nadir.
The runs have gone down for Nigeria currently. It's not going up yet, as Nadir Mohammed, since taking the ball, has kept those runs very, very low. 1 run off the bat with an extra. It's not looking bad. Saad said it on Sunday. He said that he bowls like New Zealand's ODI captain Mitchell Satner, and that has been evident so far with the effectiveness of Nadir Mohammed's bowling. The wickets are not coming, but neither are the runs, and that is what you need as a team. If the wickets are not coming, the runs shouldn't follow.
And you can see the gesture from Mohamed Nadir explains everything that just happened, and they couldn't do anything about it. Not even the player sporting jersey number 49. All he had to do is just to look in admiration. Jean Michael Iradukunda.
That 4 sends the total to 38 on the board for no wickets lost after 5 overs. Good start, similar start to that of Rwanda, who also put up 38 on the board for no wickets lost after 5 overs. 1 more over in the power play, and either Nigeria does better by putting more than 2 runs in these overs. As Goke bowled the 6th over for Nigeria of the power play, giving out only 2 runs in that over. And now, Ignance is saddled with that same responsibility, giving another chance to keep runs on the low.
Good over from Mohamed Nadir in search of a wicket, but after first over, gave away only 6 runs, and Intiren Ganya from the house on the rock into his second over. But more importantly, what will bring us to the end of the power play. No is the call from Selim Salau, the non-striker. And I expect that Ramon Ali should be the one calling, knowing that there's no way that ball will beat Didier. But then, whichever way, communication very, very imperative in a game of cricket. Very important that you communicate. Because when there's no communication, there's miscommunication.
As long as he's not going too wide, Ramon Ali is not hitting those balls. But Zappi did something similar, putting balls outside of off for Ramon Ali. Only for Ramon Ali to come standing outside of off and lofted that ball 2-4. And if he keeps coming like that, Ramon Ali is going to cut that ball into the gap. He needs to bowl in variation. He's been consistent bowling outside of that off stump. Each time he tried to come to the stumps, he's bowled a wide. And I think that has affected his mentality. Now he's going to keep it there. Any boundary would disorient him. Comes to the stump.
Selim Salau is gone. That was a brilliant attempt. Just when you thought Nigeria was going to make it happen and not lose their wicket before the power play, he struck, and Selim Salau again not getting the best from his bat. See that again on replay. In all of this, who do you attribute that to? Iradukunda, we know, claimed that wicket of Selim Salau when he thought he was still going to be batting even after the power play. But he was just too quick to take that run when the call has not been made. That should be the call of the striker and not the call of the non-striker.
Yeah, most certainly. Ramon Ali would have been the one running into that danger, and that late decision to be tracked. Regardless, even if Ramon Ali had agreed to take that run, one of them will have gone out in that situation. Selim Salah just been the unlucky one. Good attempt, enough time, enough space to recover and come back into the crease. But that direct hit was what, changed the whole narrative of this whole story.
Apparently, he was too quick. If he had not gone too far, I'm sure Selim Salah could have done one thing by trying to dive and see how he can get back into his batting crease. But he had almost left to the center of the turf when he had to retract, and he was eagle eye, Jean-Michael Iradukunda. If I cannot get wicket, I can send someone back to the pavilion. And in comes the captain of the side, Suleiman Rushewe. A lot is rested upon his shoulder. Nigeria require 89 runs in 84 balls. The current run rate has dropped a bit, 6.67. And what is required is 6.36. 40 for loss of 1 wicket. Suleiman Rushewe, after facing just 1 ball, has not scored any run. And Ramon Ali is on 100% strike rate. And there's going to be a change in bowling from that end, just like there's going to be a change in commentary. Mohamed Nadir will step aside after bowling just 1 over for the man who claimed 5 wickets yesterday and got the match ball. Back-to-back player of the match, Emile Rukiriza. I'll be leaving this place for Ijoma Kigbo to join Peter Isewi in doing justice. And much later, yours truly will be back.
Thank you, Sheung Ajidaba. Great to the back to the comms. It is Nigeria who is batting. 40 runs for the loss of 1. After the power play, we have Emile Rukiriza. Emile picked a 5-5 in his previous game. First of the 2 5-5s in this tournament. And the very first over, he was barely able to get up to 20 runs for the side. Well, he's been handed the ball. And we all know the stuff of a player, of a bowler he is. Once again, ready to see if they can rescue the Rwandan side across the line. Appeal. And it's given. Ramon Ali, the batter who is well informed for Nigeria. We see the opening pair has already departed. Salim Salau, now Ramon Ali, 26 runs off 27 balls.
Come look at that ball. Just look at where Ramon reacted. One was flicking, he wanted to flick that ball to the leg side and had his leg at the front, outside of the middle stump towards the off stump region. Any day, anytime, that is an out. It's a shock to him because he felt because he was flicking because that ball was going to the leg. Certainly, it was going to the leg, but definitely was going to the wicket as well. And those are two things that Ramon Ali should remember going forward into the tournament. Sadly, it's another wicket loss for Nigeria. They will have to play on from that. Tanladi Isaac will look to continue from yesterday's momentum. Go 44 the day before, 54 yesterday. Will only seek to put more on the board as 2 wickets have dropped almost very quickly.
The first innings we saw Rwanda before they dropped their wicket was in about the 13th over, but now 2 wickets have dropped almost immediately for Nigeria. Danladi Isaac replaces Ramon Ali. Danladi and Captain Suleiman Ronsowe, new batters on. Meal picks his first wicket. Back to the bowler. Peter Emile bowling great lines in this tournament. An appeal. An appeal trying to convince the umpire to give it their way. But umpire NSC is uninterested. He's making his 50th T20I's officiating as an umpire in this tournament. That appeal brings us to the end of the 7th over. It is 40 for the loss of 2 for Nigeria. Mohamed Nadir from the House of the Rock End. All defensive, respect the ball. Nadir has been very instrumental to this side. Picked up 3 wickets in the very first game. Their very first game in this tournament against Sierra Leone. Good lines, good length. Exactly what the captain Didier would long to see. Gives room. They'll just pick up a single. Suleiman runs away off the mark. The likes of Zapi, Nadir, Hamza, Didier, and Daniel have actually played for the challengers in the Rwandan Cricket League. They know themselves so well. They're actually the winners in that tournament at the league in Rwanda. Isaac gets off the mark, give himself room, trying to slash the ball down to the boundary, but unable. The ball, not so much power behind the bat, and so the ball would just go down towards third man, and then the player there will just, the fielder will pick the ball and returns. Peter, look at that appeal. Trying to force umpire Kennedy to give an out. For them, it looked like an LB.
It's not new. Seeing fielders appeal, as a cricketer, you believe that the louder, the more intentional you appeal, and that's what influences an umpire decision, which doesn't. What influences an umpire decision is if it's going to the wicket or not. That ball certainly was going to the wicket, but the rule says balls pitching outside of leg are not wickets, are not an LBW. And that was the result of that bowling, not pitching on the wicket. We've seen Nigeria's run drop down 40 in the power play, no runs off the 7th over, and just 2 more were added in the 8th over. The run certainly has gone down. It's 7 off 72. That is a lot. Not really a lot, but boundaries are not coming for the yellow greens, and I do not see how they want to play out the rest of the game if they are not, finding boundaries. It is too early, but runs need to start coming. 1 or 2 in an over is not going to be enough, because the moment you get into the 12th, 13th over, still with those figures, they will have a lot more work to do.
Emir Kuriza returns from the Citygate end. He picked up the very first wicket of Salim Salau. Emir Kuriza, very fine bowler. Towards covers, and the fielder recovers the ball quickly. The batters will just take a single.
If the runs just keep remaining at 1-1-1, get at least 6 runs per over for a start. It's okay until the game goes towards the end, when we're close to the end game. But 1 or 2, just start to see catches later on wickets drop, because the batters will want to go big. Trying to do something similar to what Hamza Khan had done. Suleiman runs away. I just scooped that ball, wrapped the ball beyond the infielders, racing to the boundary early in the first inning, trying to replicate that Suleiman route away. Didn't succeed, but it certainly does take him off strike.
That ball ends the over. It is 46 for 2. 9 overs gone. Flicks it towards square leg, and a good attempt, 2 runs in that one. Good run in between the wickets for those two. The Nigerian side knows that they need to register as much runs as possible. They need 83 runs in 66 balls. But then with the likes of Mohammed Nadir, Mohammed is one of those leading the bowling chart in this tournament. He's picked 9 wickets already with an economy of 4.25. Very fantastic, very great economy rate from this bowler. Ouch! Bowled! Clean bowled! Was that an LB? That was an LB. Actually an LB. Actually an LB for Mohammed Nadir. He's been asking all the questions, and now he picked up the wicket of captain Suleiman Ronsewe. You can see Suleiman Ronsewe looking very disappointed. Just 4 runs off 10 balls. Peter.
This time around, the turn was there. Pitched it on the middle stump. There was no way the umpire was going to ignore it this time. Danadi Isaac was the lucky one in this previous over with the ball pitching outside of leg. And the rule states that outside of leg cannot be an LB. This time around was on the middle stump. Shouldn't have gone back for that ball. Suleiman had been coming out, putting his bat in front of the ball. This time he wanted to try and score a run, try and put the ball on the leg side. And as a result of that, he had stepped back into his popping crease to try and make contact. No contact, ball on the pad instead of bat. And that was the right call made by the umpire. Already into the drinks break as the wicket dropped before just 3 more balls into the 10th over, making us have a drinks break early. IJ, what are your thoughts so far?
For me, Peter, I think the Nigerian side have to really dig deep, go back to the drawing board. 3 wickets already dropped. The first innings, the first wicket to drop for the Rwandan side was about the 13th over, but now Nigeria has dropped 3 wickets already. Just 48 runs scored. The current run rate is 5.50. What they require about 7 runs per over to be able to get to the target of 129. The Nigerian side will have to dig deep, reshuffle the batting order if possible, to see which batter will come up today to pick up, to stand for the team as the player of the match, as the one who can actually help them sail through. Remember, they've not lost a tournament. They've not lost a game, rather, in this tournament. They hope that they have to work so hard to ensure that they do not lose this one. Breaks done and dusted. It is Mohamed Nadir is making the calls in this over. He's picked up a wicket already. The wicket of the captain, Suleiman, runs away, and that brings in former captain Sylvester Okwe. Gives that one towards square leg, and the fielder, the Egnan, to pick. Nigeria require a partnership to be able to get to the target of 129. Adil gets to get his lines right, so trying to get his lines correctly. Peter, it's always interesting to watch Mohamed Nadir bowl.
Yes, IG, I would agree. Keeps the batters, at very uncomfortable positions. He's been doing really well with the ball for Rwanda. Up until yesterday, it was just behind Prosper Hosseini. Now he's above Prosper Hosseini, but there are also two more people above him on the bowling chart, with Ukwiza Emile on there with 12, and Isaac Okwi behind him before today with 10. Picking up one more today to taking his total to 11. That is Isaac. So a lot of work for Nadir to do to pick up more wickets, and Emile already finding his groove.
Emilia returns from the City Gate end. Emilia top of the bowling chart this tournament. 12 wickets. 13th already, picked up one today, 13th. Hoping he could still pick more. Hoping he could still dislodge more bills of the batting order of the Nigerian side. Gives that one towards the fielder at the square leg. That's Mohamed Nadir, picks up, recovers quickly. Oops. Pulls up his bat, gives himself room. That's Isaac Danladi. Up in the air. But the ball did not have so much pace. Probably trying to see if he could go really big. Nigeria will require boundaries and maximums if possible, because the required run rate for them is 10 runs per over. But their current run rate is 5 runs, just 5 runs. Oops. Oh. Was looking like another wicket to fall for Nigerian side, but the fielder down out the deep squandered that chance. Fumbled with the ball. And Sylvester Isaac Okwe get another chance.
if you take a look at that wicket chance, ball came in contact with the middle of the bat. It was all just Mike had himself in place. Could have just held on to that ball, not danced too much. His hands were too close to his chest, and that I think that was one of the things that aided the cushion, toughened his hands, and couldn't close his grip around the ball one time. Dropped the catch and gave Sylvester another life. And if anything Sylvester does is punish that with that extra life he's gotten.
Gives himself room to play that one. Sylvester will try to make use of that opportunity. Another life here. Because if there had been a wicket, it would have added a lot of pressure to the Nigerian bench. Towards point. And the fielder recover. Just one run. Isaac Danladi. Up in the air. Is anyone going to catch it? Emile rests comfortably beneath it. A good bowler, a good fielder. And we see Okpe Sylvester running down to the pavilion. 4 runs off, 5 balls faced. Things do not really look so good for Nigeria at this point. The required run rate is 8, but the current run rate is just under 4, under 5 runs.
That ball, Sylvester waited enough. He waited too long, allowed the ball to completely turn. Should have just tried and send that ball to the leg side. He took that ball to the offside regardless, and because of that, that ball went up in the air. Emily, very very composed despite all the noise. Nadir was shouting, the skipper was shouting, Daniel Gumisengo was shouting. A lot of calls for him to make sure he held on to that ball. If he had dropped it, there would have been a lot of disappointing stares at him. Very composed, very good catch. Leading wicket taker, also being a teammate to another bowler, getting that much needed catch for Nadir. 2 wickets already for Nadir, already on 11 wickets.
2 wickets already for Nadir. He's gone up the chart to second wicket taker. Just behind his teammates, Okiriza, Emile, who also was responsible helping him with that catch. Helping the team rather with the catch. And that the departure of Sylvester Okwe brings in Prosper Hussaini. Prosper hasn't registered so much with the bat in this tournament. But with the ball, he's been effective for the Nigerian side. A wide, much more to the delight of the Nigerian team.
Every time Prosper Hussaini has come in with the bat, he's made sure to find maximums before going out, if he went out at all. And that is why the coach sent him in ahead of Isaac Okwe and Vincent Adewoye.
Eight runs for 4 brings us to the end of the 12th over. Total runs needed 71 runs in 48 balls. Nigeria will need at least 2 runs per ball to be able to reach a target of 129. Peter Prosper bat with a lot of confidence, audaciousness, energy. Sometimes I might want to like him to the likes of Isai. When they come in, they do not take time. Immediately they like to show energy.
The difference is that Isai is more of a batter than a bowler, and Prosper is more of a bowler than a batter. At the end of the day, that inexperience will always show. We saw Ramon Ali play a lot of powerful, beautiful strokes. Prosper doesn't really have those strokes, but he does have the power to find the boundary, and find the boundary he will.
Talking about finding the boundary. Can't even seem to find the ball. And that's a maximum. As I said, Peter, a lot of power behind that gloves of Prosper Hosseini. Much needed boundary for the Nigerian team. Prosper announcing himself already.
Put that ball just, that ball was already going outside of off for Prosper. And the bottom end of the bat was what made that contact. And with the power of Prosper, he had to travel.
Once again, another 6, another maximum of the bat of Prosper Hosseini. You might wonder if he should have come in way early in the game. Peter.
Same ball and dealt with properly by Prosper Hosseini. Emile is trying to tempt him like he was with the previous batters, but Prosper is buying the beat and he's buying it well, sending the balls beyond their reach. 2 maximums goes off strike for Danladi Isaac. Off to a good start. Prosper found the boundary, gotten himself at least a maximum every time he's coming to bat for Nigeria. Prosper was saying, had an advantage being a left-hander. So every leg break by Emile Rukiriza is an off break ball for Danladi Isaac. So it was difficult for Danladi Isaac to deal with at the easy balls for Prosper Hosseini to just, watch those balls come in. Balls coming in for Danladi Isaac. Our balls going out for Prosper Hosseini. So that is enough comfort space and enough opportunity to just play your bat to the ball and see how far it goes.
Danladi flicks that one down square leg for 1 run. Brings in Prosper Hosseini on strike. Prosper 14 runs. Just after 5 balls. 2 maximums. Two balls left in this over. Emilio Lucreza. Good run in between those two.
Courtesy of Prosper, Nigeria's runs have actually really gone up, most especially in this over. The runs sank a little bit, but after 13 overs, they now have 74 on the board themselves for 4 wickets. Same thing, Rwanda we're having in the previous inning, 74 for no wickets lost at this stage, but it is still looking good for Nigeria. Now they've decided to take that spin away and find someone who is going to come wicket to wicket and line to line. Ignati, not the very first good over, came back better in the second over that he was coming in for his third over and probably coming in to get a wicket.
Ignance return with the ball from the House of the Rock end. Seems like the ball has been punctured in a way or so. The umpires will need to look into their save to see if there will be good ball to match up the previous one. Ignans are now coming from the City Gate House of the Rock end. Oops. Appeal. Bold. Bold. Clean bold by Ignans. He's conceded 14 runs already. Remember, he had some extras that gifted the Nigerian side, but now he's taking out the big man.
Big swing, but the ball stayed low. Prosper wanted to take that ball to his strong side, that is his leg side. I mentioned it. I said Prosper doesn't have those strokes to try and stay in, but he has those big shots. And the big shots didn't pay out this time. Ignaz getting a much deserved wicket, left-hander to left-hander. It did not have to extend the stretch of his arm. It did not have to open up his arm to accommodate the right-hander batter. This time, it was somebody that he could bowl over the wicket to, and he got that much deserved wicket. Sad to see Prosper Hosseini go out, starting off quite good. But at this point, Vincent Adewoye has to come and try and replicate that his big performance that he put up against Sierra Leone the other day. 49, hasn't gotten to his 50 mark, and is in at a desperate time when Nigeria need those runs.
Prosper Hosseini having scored 15 runs off 6 balls, 2 maximums in them. Contribution has been really instrumental to Nigeria's upsurge in runs. But Ignines had a better say. And that brings in Vincent Adewoye. Trying to steal a single, but that lad isn't interested. Nigeria require 55 runs in 40 balls. Good catch. Good catch by the wicketkeeper. Silver dog by Vincent Adeoye, the wicketkeeper of the Rwandan side. Very alert. Oscar, the wicketkeeper. Oscar Manishimwe, very much alert with that ball. Throws himself.
For ball swinging outside, you do not play this kind of strokes unless you are behind the ball. Vincent Adewoye should have known better. Those kind of balls you play, you drive it to the offside or towards cover region. You do not try and play it straight as it could result to an edge. That was the result. And very active gloves, very active keeping, good reflex and good leap by Oscar Manishuwe behind the stumps. Came in for the injured Clinton Rubagumia and hadn't seen is making sure that they do not miss his absence. He's been very active behind the sticks. Another wicket for Ignance. Very expensive first over, giving out about 3 extras. And he's come back in to repay the fate of the skipper for giving him the ball to come in and bowl again. 2 wickets already. Good continuation. Kenneth Boniface ahead of Isaac Okwe. That is the right shot to be played. For ball swinging outside of off, and that is to play to the direction it's coming from. Vincent, if you wanted to go big, should have gone big in that same region, not try and play it straight. Good start off for Kenneth Boniface.
2 wickets already for Ignance. Repay the fate of the keeper entrusted in him. 2 wickets in this over. Good lines, good lens from Ignance. Ignance seems to be improving with every ball. Back to the bowler, Danladi on strike. Danladi hasn't really done so much in just 8 runs in 18 balls. But that dot ball brings us to the end of the 14th over. It is 75 for the loss of 6. The required run rate is 9 runs per over. But Nigeria only contributing under 6 runs rather. 54 runs off 36 balls. Required for Nigeria to be able to reach the target of 129. Zapi Bimeimana returns. Palef. Zapi, one of the leading wicket takers in this game, in this tournament. Eight wickets already. Trying to see if we get one to add to the score, to add to the number under his belt. Swing and a miss. For Nigeria, who capitalize on that misfield. Wicketkeeper fumbled with the ball, but that will give to Nigeria 1 run. Good effort there of the bat of Danladi. 4 runs. 4 runs it is for Nigeria.
Lovely pick up into the middle of the bat. Squatting was the rule appointed to Emilia as he had to follow that ball racing to the boundary.
Two balls left in this over.
Zambia has been coming for the Storms since Ali Ramon went out. When Ali Ramon was batting earlier, each time he came on the Storms, the young lad was finding the gaps. Zambia has returned back to his line, back to his aim, and his aim is the wicket. No boundary, no big boundary has been scored except for that one Daladi Isaac played, and that was because he went off the stumps.
That single brings us to the end of the 15th over. 83 for 6. It's Nigeria. Nigeria will need 46 runs in 30 balls. So Zappi there trying to see if he could. The current run rate is 5 runs. 5.53 runs. What the required run rate is about 9 overs. 9 runs rather. The current run rate is 9.20. But it's still Boniface and Danladi at the crease. And they'll try to see if they can build a partnership because there's not been an effective partnership from the Nigerian side throughout this innings. But we saw Didier and Hamza Khan in the first over, in the first innings rather, for Rwanda, also supported by Isaye. Look to see if Kenneth and Danladi could be the pair who could help sail Nigeria to the target of 129. But it is Jane Michael with the ball. Good running between those two, good running. Jean Iradukunda. Swing and a miss.
There's something in Nigeria's battle too that actually does surprise me. They play wrong shots when the bowler releases the ball, when that ball is coming, and then they shadow bat the right shots that should have been played. This is something that they will need to work on. Vincent playing the wrong shot that caused them. Kenneth Boniface, lucky this time the ball didn't come to the wicket, but we need to actually be approaching every ball with the right shot.
Boniface flicks that one towards covers for 1 run. Can't the wicket keeper. Yet to get a wicket, Gene Rakunda, but he's really been bowling very tight. Ouch. Appeal, big appeal for LB, but it's not given. And both batters try to take still a single, but it costs them a wicket. And that's the wicket of experience, Isaac Danladi. Ochid effected the run out. The very last ball of this over. Nigeria 85 for the loss of 7 wickets. The current run rate is still 5.43, but the required run rate has improved up to 10 runs per over.
Danladi Isaac did not have any plans of taking a run, but he saw Kenneth Boniface was already halfway on the turf, and he just had to try and compliment him because he was already halfway across. There was no way he could go back, and Isaac Danladi tried his best, but Ochid was very good with aiming at that storm, very tight angle, and dislodged the bills.
Last ball. That single brings us to the end of the 15th over. 16th over rather. It is 85, 86 for 7.
43 of 24.
Peter, do you see Nigeria reaching this target of 127? With just 3 wickets in hand.
Isaac Okwe is in. He hasn't had to face a ball yet. Just one game is underperformed. But certainly, I see him doing better.
Goes big in the air. And Didier swallows it comfortably. He took his time. And the ball was able to sit comfortably in his hands. And we see Kenneth Boniface, the youngster, really going big, trying to go aerial, and was punished for it.
Nice, wonderful idea by John to put a swing behind that ball, swinged it out, and that was all edge in sending that ball in there. Good catch by Didier. Not being behind the stumps is not the one wearing the wicketkeeper's gloves today, but that doesn't mean his hands are in a soft cushion for that ball to land into. I know who else will come in today, if not Elochukwu Undubudim, who was good with the ball, started to pick up the wickets for Nigeria against Rwanda. And now the same side that he had put on the edge, the same place he's walking into. Earlier on, it was 11 against 2. He had more on his side. Now, it's just 2 of them, and he's going to be in the middle of 11 other players.
Didier, talk about Captain Fantastic. He led with the bat in the first innings, and the second contributing so much, has been a great fielder. Taking out Kenneth Boniface. Ilochukwu comes in the first innings. He contributed with picking 2 wickets for the Nigerian side against Rwanda. He's been handed the bat. He's going to play alongside veteran Isaac Okwe to see if the boat can sail Nigeria through. Currently in the 17th over. Zappi trying to get his lines right. Zap has picked up already a wicket in this game. We try to see if he can pick more. One of the top leading wicket takers in this game. Nine wickets already. Oops! Oops! Talking about picking wickets. Bullseye! Elochukwu was only just trying to find his stance. And Zapi Bimeimana responds quickly. Gone for a dog. Unable to contribute to the team.
Straight on the off stump. Good length, good line. Shot on good length. Umbudubim should understand. I understand he's a bowler, but you need to play according to the line of the ball. Not every ball is meant to be sent to the onside or the leg side, I prefer to call it. And he has paid the price for that. Since Prosper was saying in every single battle for the Nigerian batting order, has always tried to make their leg side the more dominant. And Zapi and every other Rwanda bowler have understood that and have tried to bring the ball from the outside of inside, because any miss in attempting a shot to the leg side will see the bills fly off.
Kasha Ishaku comes in. One wicket in hand. 2 wickets rather for the Nigerian side. First 2 balls. Dot ball. 2 wickets. Nigeria 86 for 9. 1 more wicket.
That reaction from Okasha was quite slow. You need to have your bat at the right length, so right height, so it can just come down smoothly. Giving it that extra lift after the ball has already been released is just going to cost you a wicket. Because if that ball stays low, your reaction time would not meet with that pace of the ball. Still doing the same thing.
Bimeimana, 10 wickets to his credit. Wide ball. But Nigeria will need more than extras to be able to get to the target of 129 with 1 wicket in hand. They need 42 runs in 19 balls. As many balls as possible with very few wickets left in hand. That dot ball will bring us to the end of the 17th over. 87 for 9. After 17 overs, the required run rate has surged up to 14 runs per over. Nigeria will need 42 runs in 18 balls. Seems like a tall order, Peter.
It's a big task right now for Isaac Okwe. He's been the savior of the team. Coming in has helped them put more runs on the board than projected. Now this time around, he's not coming in to put more runs on the board. Isaacs or Okasha, this inning ends and Rwanda will pick up only their second ever victory against Nigeria in T20 International.
John Michael Iradukunda. Trying to effect a run out. Oh, not quite. CIC Kokpe runs home safe and dry. If that run out had been successful, the innings for the Nigerian side would have come to an end. A good running from Isaac and Boni and Okasha. Another life for the Nigerian batting order.
No matter what, Isaac has to stay on strike. And that is what they intend to do. If Isaac stays on strike, they have a fighting chance. Okasha does not really have what it takes, that experience in these dying stages to want to go big or successfully find the boundary if he does. Has he been on strike, has more capability of doing that. He needs to start finding the boundary already. Just running in between these sticks would not be enough at this point in time.
Back to the hands of the bowler, Jean Michael Iradukunda. Coming in from the House of the Rock and 2 balls left in this over. Nigeria needs to score at least 16 runs per over to be able to get to the target of 129.
And the way things look, Okasha will come on strike to face the last ball of the 18th over. Good play by Rwanda. Started off early in the power play of the first, power play of the first innings. Found the boundary as fast as they could. Towards the end, they played all out, and it seems to be paying for them. After 4 previous unsuccessful tries to try and beat this Nigerian side in the West African Trophy, which have failed, losing 2 times to them in the round robin stages last year and then in the finals. They've lost the first time to Nigeria in this edition, and they seem to be picking up their very first needed win against Nigeria. It will be nice to see how competitive the top of the table can be.
Well said, Peter. Nigeria is 92 for 9 after 18 overs. Down to the final 2 overs of this match. Ignance from the City Gate end. Ignance has picked up 2 wickets already. conceding 16 overs. We'll try to see if he can pick that wicket of Kasha to end this game as soon as possible. Peter, what do you think Nigeria should be doing at this point? If you're Isaac Okpe or Kasha Ishaku, how can we ensure, how can the side ensure that they get to 129?
There's only one way of that happening. That the only way Nigeria can get that 129 is simple. Keep Isaac Okpe on strike. Otherwise, this game is as good as in favor of Rwanda.
Nigeria requires 23 runs per over. That's a lot. They need 39, 35 runs in 9 balls. If Rwanda wins this game, they'll be top of the table. Based on net run rates, Nigeria will simply be following closely. If Nigeria also loses, it will be the first loss in this tournament. Also, first loss on home ground, as well as first loss in this second edition. Eight balls left. 35 runs needed. Such a daunting task for Isaac Okpe and Okasha Ishaku. Nance with the very last ball. Good stop by the field that covers. That effort to bring us to the end of the 19th over. It is 95 for the loss of 9 wickets. And the last 6 balls, Nigeria required 34 runs. A whooping 34 runs to be able to win this game. Peter, how possible is that? Is it possible for Nigeria to begin to hit sixes, maximums in every ball to be able to get to 34 runs in 6 balls? We're into the very last over of this game. And Jean Rakunda is being handed the ball once again.
Alright, it might be possible, but the first ball is going to determine that. The first ball is a dot. Unless there is a no ball in this over. Congratulations in advance to Rwanda for ending Nigeria's streak of not losing a game on this ground. Nigeria haven't lost a game on the NCF cricket over here in Abuja up until today.
Another dot ball. Game plan well executed for the Rwandan side. We saw in the first innings, the opening pair, Didier and Hamza Khan, doing the Lord's work for the Rwandan side. Whoop up in the air. And that race for 6 maximum. But how much will that contribution do to the Nigerian side? The target is still 129. Nigeria now requires 28 runs in 3 balls.
On the back foot, he played, giving him more distance. Congratulations to him.
Wide ball.
At this point, the game is in the hands of Rwanda to either grab or let go of.
Two balls left. Jean Michael yet to record the wickets in this game. Good effort from Emilie at the deep, trying to stop that ball from getting to the boundary. And that will be 2 runs for the Nigerian side. But then it's just 1 ball left in this game. 1 ball in this innings. And this is not going the Nigerian way. It will be Rwanda who will be smiling at the end. 1 ball left. 25 runs in 1 ball. That effort. 1 run, we see Rwanda win the game. Congratulations to Rwanda. Their first win against Nigeria in this tournament. Remember, Nigeria finished the previous tournament 2 years ago unscathed without losing any game. But then we've seen Rwanda this time around beat Nigeria in the very first game. Nigeria defeated the side. But Rwanda this time around has picked up 1 win against Nigeria. The first loss for the Nigerian side in this ground. Peter, how has this game been so far from your end?
For a side that boasts of the tournament's highest, I was actually expecting more. Didn't expect wickets falling so easily and quickly as well. They did, and that is one of the things that contributed to the revamp in batting order for the Nigerians. I'm sure they had a strategy for coming into bat, but as wickets were falling quickly, Azigoke had to be dropped in the batting order, which sort of affected how the field of play went. Rwanda, on the other hand, dominated. Good comeback by Ignance, giving too many extras in his previous over bowling, and then he came back strong, came back well, got 2 very important wickets for Rwanda. Going forward, Nigeria have to go back to the drawing board, losing the first game on own soil. Definitely was coming, and Rwanda certainly deserved that win, putting Nigeria on the edge in the very first game, narrowly losing out by 9 runs and winning today by 23 runs. That says a lot about how much they've improved in this tournament.
Really great to see from Rwanda. But then let's not forget the contributions of the likes of Didier, the captain of the side, picking 51 runs from 53 balls. Great effort from the captain of the team. He was also closely supported by Hamza Khan, who was also an opening pair for Didier. Great effort also from the likes of Ramon Ali for the Nigerian side, batting side. He was the highest run scorer for the Nigerian side with 26 runs, 30 balls. Great effort also by the bowlers. Zapi Meimana, 2 wickets. We also have Ignans, good comeback from Ignans, 2 wickets, conceding 18 runs. And then Nadir Muhammad, 2 runs conceding 6 wickets. And talk about Mile Rukuriza, 1 wicket, the top leading wicket taker in this tournament. But that's it. For us from here, from this end in this game. It is Rwanda who has gotten the better side of Nigeria by winning by 23 runs. Congratulations to Rwanda. In few minutes, stay with us as the post-match presentation. All the post-match interviews will be coming your way shortly. From Peter and I, Ijoma, it is bye for now.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of match 11, day 6 of the second West Africa Trophy. Congratulations to Team Rwanda for inflicting the first loss on Team Nigeria. At this juncture, I would now invite the captain of Team Nigeria, Sulaiman Rushewe. Sulaiman, have a taste of your own medicine. 4 days ago, you beat them by 9 runs. Today, you've lost by 24 runs. What went wrong?
We didn't take our boxes well today. Everything went wrong in our batting, so we hope to bounce back definitely.
1-1, and so there's another take 3 come Saturday.
It's okay, we take everything at a time, one game at a time, then we keep going.
Thank you very much, and that's Sulaiman Rushewe talking about we take it one game at a time. Take 3 is coming up on Saturday. I know from Gahanga to Kikukiro to Gazabo, everywhere, they are all over the moon. And at this juncture, may I invite the captain of Team Rwanda, Didier Indukubumana. Didier Murakoze.
Murakoze now.
That was a wonderful performance. What can you say about today's game?
What I can say, we did our skills good. So we back up our skills.
1-1, and of course, there's another take 3.
Yes, it's 1-1. Tomorrow it's a list, so we come back strong.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from Didier Indukumana talking about how today was. And of course, to help us do the player of the match, he joins the likes of Chris Gafani, Rod Tucker, and of course, Alim Da, and also forgetting David Odiambo. Is now Dairu Abib Amoto Enesi. 50th cap to make the presentation. And of course, the player of the match is not certainly me. He has to be the leader from the front, the Trojan, Didier Indikukumana.
Thank you.
Didier, congratulations. Brilliant batting. Yourself and Abdul Khan were the reason this game was over the line. What more can you say? 7 fours from 53 balls, 51 runs. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What more should we expect from Didier?
Still coming. My performance is still coming.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from Didier Indumkumana, player of the match for today. And of course, that's how things will end from the post-match for today. We'll go again for Saturday for take 3. Shewaji Dagba from the post-match presentation.
It's the second match of match day 6. And earlier on, my colleague Ijoma Okigbo was in the middle to take the toss.
Good afternoon and welcome to the pre-match between Sierra Leone and Zambia. It is game 12, day 6 of the ongoing West African Cricket Trophy Tournament here at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium. With me here is Ashafa Modukwe, the third umpire for the day. Also Toyin Timinadi, the match commissioner, alongside Jafid Patel, Zambian captain, and Sierra Leonean captain Lassana Lamine.
Head is the call. They'll have it.
Congratulations, Lassana. What will you be doing and why?
We are batting because, and look at the sun now, so we want to put, I think, a big margin on the board.
The last time out, Zambia rather got the better of you. What is your target right now?
We are still looking for a win, which is our main priority now. I think our target is 150, 160.
Any change in the batting lineup or any change in the lineup for the team?
No, the same team.
All right. All the best, Lassana. Thank you so much. You lost the toss, Javid. Would you have batted?
Yeah, we won the toss. We will decide to bat, but unfortunately we lost the toss. So we'll try to restrict them in the low target.
Okay, so your first win. And that's it from the middle. It is Sierra Leone who has won the toss and they are batting first. If you're just joining us, you're welcome to the Moshood Abiola National Stadium here in Abuja. It is the capital city. It is match day 6. Game 12 of the ongoing, what was that? Drop by the keeper. This is the ongoing second edition of the West Africa Trophy Cricket Tournament. There are 4 teams taking part in this tournament. There's the host Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and Zambia who are playing already. Earlier in the day, we had Nigeria take on Rwanda, with Rwanda winning that one by 23 runs. First win for Rwanda against Nigeria in the tournament. Bullseye! First wicket in this game. The wicket of Yegbe Jalo by Soe Pendi. No runs yet scored on board, but already is a wicket that is down. Jalo will have to go without bothering the scorers. Great start for Zambia. Earlier, Zambia had already defeated this team in their very first game where the both of them faced each other. It was Zambia who won that one by 15 runs. It was a nail-biting thriller. We expected to have another thriller, and it is already in our hands. But then it is Jalo who goes after the very third ball of this game, of the bowling of Soe Pendi. See that again. Bullseye. Right through the middle stump. And Jalo will just have to walk back to the pavilion to allow Ibrahim Baka to take up the mantle of ensuring the team alongside John Bangura. See if both of them can try to create a partnership of some sort. This is still very early in the game. 1 wicket down. Just after 3 balls, no runs scored yet on the board. Pendi trying to set his fielding line up. Fielding positions. Sierra Leone has not really been in very good form in this tournament, yet to win a game. Yet to win a game, and they'll try to see if they can pick one today against Zambia.
Yeah, one of the things I mentioned about Sierra Leone is the inconsistency in their batting order. They don't have at least 3 batters that can be consistently scoring on. Usually 1 or 2. Yekwejalo has not really.
Down, caught by Ibrahim Baka. First boundary of this game. Off the bat of Ibrahim. Great effort. That boundary will bring us to the end of the very first over. One Sierra Leone 4 for 1. Umpires in the middle, umpire Wale alongside standing umpire Timitokbe Nikoyi, former player of the women's Yellow Greens as well. Good lines from Ayaz Dadabai.
Here's that Abai has been one of the informed bowlers for Zambia in their competitive plays. Over every single game Zambia has played, they've had their opponents on their toes. Sierra Leone's performance coming against them in the previous 6 shows that they lost. And yesterday, Sierra Leone didn't do too well against Nigeria.
That will go for a boundary. Yes, it is. Off a bye. Good boundary for Sierra Leonean side. They would love to welcome that.
There was that ball just coming in between the bat. Benson Chama gave a chase. Benson Chama, who is making his first full start for Zambia in this tournament, came on the last time but as the 12th man. Today he is in the team and he's making his first start. Gave that chase, couldn't start off great for him. But already a wicket on the board for Sierra Leone, and it will boost their momentum for Zambia, my corrections, and it will boost their momentum and the team's overall morale in this game.
Down towards square leg. And there's two fielders rather, chasing the ball, and they'll pick it, recover it quickly. Two runs. For the Sierra Leoneans. Good catch. And appeal it is by the wicketkeeper alongside the fielding side Zambia, appealing for a cut chance.
You know, as a bowler, they felt that the wicketkeeper felt he had a nick behind that ball and there was no contact. They are still very much in disagreement about it. There's communication between square leg and the standing umpire who confirms from the square leg region that he had the nick off the bat of Ibrahim Parker. And that confirms that his time in the popping crease has come to an end. Very wonderful catch by the wicketkeeper, just placed underneath the bat. And this is another wicket that they've lost in quick successions. 2 wickets already, and it's not even 2 overs completed here in the power play.
Difficult start for Sierra Leone. Just 1 ball left to complete the second over and 2 wickets gone already. Good effort by Musunda, wicketkeeper of Zambia. Very alert, leaped up to the ball to new batter coming in, Raymond Coker. Coker has also been very instrumental with the ball for the Sierra Leoneans. Now he's been handed batting responsibilities. Coker scored 51 runs so far in this tournament, paired alongside John Bangura, who had the first half of century in this game previous days ago. John Bangura is 99 runs already in 5 innings in this tournament. John Bangura is also an ICC umpire. Was at the ICC Tutors course in Ghana a few months ago. Oh, trying to fumble with that body deep, but thankfully the fielder Mohamed Asim was able to stop the ball with his feet to restrict a boundary. Restricts 4 runs for the Sierra Leonean side who are in their need of the runs.
Zambia can now have a taste of what they've been doing to other teams. Anytime Zoib Chand and another batter are in the popping crease. Zoib Chand, being a left-hander, has always had to make the field rotate. Now we have right-hander John Bangura and the left-hander Raymond Coker. This time Raymond comes on strike and the field has to accommodate, has to be set to accommodate his angle.
Zoe Pendi back on the attack, picks the first wicket of Jalo, Yegbe Jalo. Yegbe Jalo, who is a cricketer and also a police officer playing for the Sierra Leone police team back in Sierra Leone. Bangura and the Raymond Koka both played for the under-19 side for the Sierra Leonean teams and even captained the under-19 side as well. Both are well rested, taking their positions in the senior team. Earlier, the captain of Patel, Javid Patel, said Zambians would have loved to bat. That's if the toss had gone their way, but still, they have good bowlers who are willing to restrict, ready to restrict the Sierra Leonean side, and that's just what they do. They are doing already. It is 15 for the loss of 2 after 3 overs. Wide ball from Dadabai. Dadabai coming to the attack from the City Gate end. Raymond Koka facing. Raymond Koka, a 2 student at the University of Sierra Leone. He's also captain of the Special Line Cricket Club at the local league in Sierra Leone. Also former captain of the under-19 Sierra Leonean team. Oops. Sweeps across. There's been dot balls for the Sierra Leoneans. Oops. Just gone off the hands of the wicket keeper. But Benson Chama will raise that ball to pick it up quickly, ensuring it doesn't get down to the ropes. Eighteen runs for 2 wickets.
Already 2 wickets down to Sierra Leone. Good balls from Dadabai. He's not minding the fact that Raymond Koka is a left-hander. He's known just at the right length to pitch that ball. And the balls are not too fast, so Raymond Koka, what he has to do is actually put power behind every shot, make it intentional.
Snaps that one towards covers. Raymond Koka, 4 runs already after 6 balls. was point. Picked up quickly. That single will bring us to the end of the fourth over. It's 21 runs for 2. Yes, the Dubai return to the ball. Picked up a wicket already in the very first over. Wicket of Jalo. Rather Japit Patel, the captain of the side. That one racing towards mid-wicket. Batters will run for 1 run. Go for a single. Towards mid-on. 1 run. Bangura flicks that one towards square leg and it will be recovered quickly by Benson Chama. Ensuring they pick up singles for every ball. Towards square leg. Well, Benson Chama picked that one. Sierra Leone just ensure that they keep the scoreboard ticking because there are 2 batters, 2 wickets down already. I'll go for a bye.
Five balls on a shorter line. This time, put the last ball at a full length. That is not a bad bowling spell. No major shots were hit because the balls were pitching and having turned at the right time for the captain Javid Patel. Good move to end the over. Just a run off every ball, and that is 6, bringing the total to how many, IJ?
26 runs. Projected score is 105 because the current run rate is 5 runs per over. There's already a 15-run partnership between these two. Bangura and Raymond Coca. Jay Bai Chan has been handed the ball from the City Gate end. Monkoka. Towards covers. We stopped by Tail. Trying to adjust the fielding positions. So Chan towards square leg. Lawrence Mutale recovers quickly. Oops, up in the air. Who wants it? And it's taken. It is taken by Lawrence Mutale. Comfortable catch, just as you like it. Then we see John Bangura looking very dejected, very unhappy as he walks down to the park.
There it is on that replay. That short ball, trying to bring a ball outside of one knee to the leg, backfires. There was no way that ball was going to beat point. The only way it's going to get an extra life was if that fielder had dropped the ball. Didn't happen. Another wicket loss for Sierra Leone. One of Sierra Leone's major problems in this competition, IJ, is they've not been consistent, like I said, with the bat. I think Jalo has had only one good performance. That was against Nigeria, where he put up a staggering 72. Other than that, he's not really matched up to that feat. John Bangura has been able to stay in his wicket for the past couple of games, the last 3 games, but it's not really matched up his feet either, of 52 on the board. All of these players in this team for Sierra Leone have not really stepped up and been consistent. Abbas Gla was the only consistent player for the first 3 games and has dropped, in terms of batting performances in the last 2. If you want to win an inning, definitely wicket to drop. But if you want to be able to put something or chase, you need at least 3 to 5 batters, 4 to 5 batters who are capable of hitting. We saw that affect Nigeria today as they lost quick wickets. That is something Sierra Leone really need to work on going forward. No much games left in this competition. And even if they are not going to be in the final, they should at least try and win whatever category they end up in.
Well said, Peter. Bubakar Kamara comes in. There's 27 for 3 for Rwanda. Chance for a run out. It is unsuccessful. That attempt brings us to the end of the 6th over. And also end of the power play. It is 29 for the loss of 3 wickets for Sierra Leone. Dig. Off Rwanda. Mohamed Asim in his very first game in this tournament against Nigeria. We try to see if we can add to that. Sierra Leone will need to do more if they're going to. By Ben brings Abubakar Kamara on strike. He's on 100% strike. Off 2 balls. But we need to do more to help Team Sierra Leone, who had earlier chosen to bat after winning the toss. Abubakar Kamara, an under-19 coach, back in Sierra Leone. A police officer, sergeant police officer. He's also playoff captain of the Sierra Leone Police Club. Lots of up in the air. No man's land. No one's there to recover. And so Raymond doesn't need to bother so much about us to the end of 7 for the loss. Great to have you back in, Shion, as the 7th over begins. You've been following the game so far. What are your takes?
My take is Zambia are fast becoming an emerging force. A team that has been out of cricket for the past 8 years. They are not even on the International Cricket Council T20 rankings by virtue of that long hiatus. But now they are making a statement. They have one of the best leagues in West Africa and by extension Africa. And this is take 2 between Zambia and Sierra Leone. The first ever win Zambia got was against this Sierra Leone. And from what I am seeing, with the way things are, except something changes, they might just get their second win from 6 matches.
So that is what Zoe Chans and the like are trying to ensure here. Down towards square leg. And the fielder down and they run towards it to recover to ensure just 1 run for the batters. I think there are lots of takeaways for take-homes. Takeaways as you like it for Sierra Leone after this tournament. Down towards third man.
Ijoma, you preempted me. Talk about takeaways. One of the many takeaways I will talk about the Sierra Leoneans. The 100th wicket at the second West Africa Trophy was from a Sierra Leonean, Abubakar Kamara. Ijoma, the highest run posted in a game was from the Sierra Leone, Yegbe Jallo. The first player to take an hat-trick in this tournament is a Sierra Leonean, Lansana Lamin. So you will say, with the bat, they are not doing badly. With the ball, they are not also doing badly. And they have a player, though out already, that has played 2 not outs from a possible 6 games. And Ijoma, if you have played not out against the highest ranked team, Nigeria, 152 not outs and 137 not outs, what other positives can you take? Yes, they have not gotten a win, but these are amazing take homes that Lansana Lamin, Mutsuva, their coach, and every other person can look back and say, this is an emerging team, just like we see of the Zambians.
Well said, Shion. Still, there are lots of positives to take away from the game. And Asim Mohammed is back in the attack from the House of the Rock end. Azim itching to take 1 wicket.
Ijoma, you talk about taking 1 wicket. The person who can explain better to you about the search of Asim Mohammed looking for a wicket after getting 3 is Peter, who has stepped aside a bit for me. But talk about Asim Mohammed yesterday. He was almost going to wreck Nigeria. He was the one batting like he was a golf player, striking those balls, and he had to take a lot of intelligence to get out Asim Mohammed. Great to have him back at the commentary position. 42 for 3 is what the scoreline is saying. 8.4 overs gone. Current run rate is 4.85. Projected score is 97. I'm sure Peter has recovered quickly from the reality check that Nigeria got against Team Rwanda. It's been long coming, but then finally they say the chicken came home to roast.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, definitely there was going to be a time when the undefeated streak at home was going to come to an end. It's just that when something like that comes, you are never prepared for it. You never expect it. It came anyways, and Rwanda undoubtedly won the game because they fought hard right from the very first game of the tournament. Even in the previous meeting, they fought very competitively against Nigeria, and it was a very much more deserved win. And about Asim Ahmed that I talked about earlier, since picking up that form, I think in less than just an inning, he was temporarily the batter with the best individual score before it was stopped by his teammate Jackie Patel, who was later topped by Yegbe Jallo in that same match of the second inning. And since then, the decision to bring him in to start against Rwanda didn't really pay off, as he did not find his rhythm. And the next game after that, he picked up from that form, and he would look to consolidate on that, against Sierra Leone, probably in the second inning. But so far in the field, hasn't picked up a wicket, but he has made up for that with his bat.
The man they are looking for to get them runs is Raymond Coker, who has scored 18 runs from 21 balls. And they are coming from the Citygate end. Zoeb Chand. His bowling action reminds you of one bowler that did it for Sri Lanka. Ball will always go low. The man with the fluffy hair, Lasit Malinga.
Very much correct. Massive Malinga was actually one of my favorite bowlers, growing up. I just couldn't get that arm. So, but I always admired how well and he was and how good he was at finding that yoke length.
But as a cricketer, maybe this is an opportunity for you to sell yourself for 1 minute or two. When batting, what position do you like to bat? And what kind of ball do you like to bowl? And when fielding, what position do you like? Long on, long off, deep square, fine leg, gully? You know, which of those two? And then, who is your favorite player, both in Nigeria and of course overseas? You can see that my questions are quite much, so you have about 3 minutes to answer the thing. In case you are lost, I will always refresh your memory to say these are the questions I ask you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Young Ajidagwa. You know, I started my career as a bowler, always preferring to come with an in-swing ball, as it is always preferable for me since I like to go outside of off quite a lot. And then with the bat, it is always a lot of pressure. I'm not that good with the bat, but
If I may interject, who stimulated your interest into cricket? What sport do you want to play cricket?
Kunle Adibola, the former captain of the national side, came to my secondary school, introduced cricket to us,
People don't
and
know your secondary school. Be proud of it.
government secondary school, Jabi.
Okay.
So Kunle Adibola came there, introduced cricket to us, and built interest for me and most of my schoolmates at that point. And in less than 6 months, I represented the region in an inter-regional competition. We didn't do too well, but being the first time I was in the competition was really of a motivation for me to keep going on in the game, developed myself, and haven't really been that involved in the game of cricket, given my schedules and all of that. But I've made sure to make sure I have enough time and I dedicate time to be part of the game, regardless, be it on the field or in the comms box. And you asked about what number I like to bat. I like to come in at 8 or 9, as 10 or 11 is a lot of pressure. Coming in at that point, every time you come against the ball, you know that the fall of wicket ends that inning for you, for the team. And as such, I do not like that amount of pressure. So I like to come in at least 8 or 9, as that is already easiest the shoulder, the load on my shoulder already, and I cannot flow with the game going forward. Fielding, as it's one of the things I like to do. I like to be an infielder because I cannot wicket keep. I like to go on the ground a lot. Fielding at covers gives me that chance to pick up the ball and always put the batters on their toes. Because batters don't like to run. Once they see I'm attacking the ball in the inner cycle, giving out the game, picking the ball. I haven't really been involved with on-field cricket as of late for myself, but I've made sure to follow every game domestically as it comes.
Locally, your favorite player. Internationally, your favorite player.
Internationally, on the international scene, is Glenn Maxwell. I'm not much of a spinner, but I admire him as well as Marcus Stoneman because they play for my favorite team in the BBL, and that's the Big Bash League in Australia, Melbourne Stars. And that was the first cricket league, commercialized cricket league that I started to watch, and I've enjoyed it, never missing any of the seasons since I started watching it in 2016.
Glenn Maxwell and Marcus Stoinis, and you know Glenn Maxwell is one of those few players that are very unpredictable. He saved Australia from the jaws of defeat in one of the World Cup games and scored incredible runs despite having injuries. And of course in Nigeria, can I just preempt you and say Kunle Adibola?
Yes, Kunle Adibola is my favorite, given he taught me cricket, and I've seen how good he is with the ball and bat. But currently, the player I admire the most in the national team is Isaac Okpe.
Fantastic. And you just heard from Peter chronicling everything about himself and how he got into cricket, who introduced him, and the love he has now. We are back from the drinks break. It's still 46-3. At least Sierra Leone will not record the atrocious score they had against Rwanda. They've banished that ghost where they have posted the lowest run. But again, you have to give them credit because they've also scored some considerable number of runs. But they need that run now. Oh, one bounce and the lovely pick up there. Abubakar Kamara, the man who I mentioned earlier to have gotten the 100th wicket of this tournament, courtesy of that wicket of Hamza Khan yesterday. The one who sent that ball down, but then there was a fielder right in that position to pick it up. Their current run rate is on 4.55. This will not help their cause And if you continue like this, the projected score will be 91, less than 100. And you want to say that while we agree that cricket is biscuits, this will not be a difficult task for Zambia to cross.
Three early wickets for Sierra Leone isn't doing them any good. Kamara has stepped up, I would say, best individual score in this tournament so far. But there's still a long way to go. Sierra Leone have a knack of not building partnerships long enough in the crease. When you think that, oh, this batting pair has clicked, and then in the next ball, a fall of a wicket, any other batter that is there will have to start afresh, building partnership with another batter. And just when you think that one is the one that clicks, the wicket drops again.
Raymond Coca batting intelligently, looking for those room and those spaces. And they are 50 for 3, 10.5 overs gone. This is day 6, match 12. And how competitive this competition is. Ijama will always tell me, I don't know why she does that, I love the stats. But again, in the words of Burna Boy, everybody get role, but nobody say your own role pass anybody's role. We are all here together, and we have our own strengths in different areas. Everybody has tasted a defeat in this tournament. And so nobody will go unbeaten in this tournament. Even if you are going to win it, you have tasted a defeat. Unlike what happened back in Lagos. Lagos, the former capital of Nigeria, but now the center of excellence. But when you come to the capital of Nigeria, you must collect. And everybody has received. Whether it's a positive receive or negative one, you have received something.
Yeah, Abuja is called no man's land for a reason. Everyone has equal opportunities to be at their best here.
Can they make two? I love the way Kamara is carrying himself, running in between the wickets, and that communication between himself and Raymond Coca. The captain will hope to have these two players remain there for quite a while, looking for that room, and he's getting it. And they want to steal something, but no easy call. If they had gone, I'm sure our very good friend, I love his name, Musonda Yamba Yamba, we will not spare him. And shout out to our 2 umpires. If I'm to ask you, Peter, the umpires have done creditably well, from Temitopo Niko Ijabal, Wale Adekoya, Dairu Abiba Moto Enesi, Kendi Olambiwonu, Ramon Adelakun, Mujupe Ashafa, all of them have done well. And you listened to Ricky yesterday. Your own assessment.
There's nothing different from what Ricky said that I have to say other than to commend the officials. They've been very accurate and precise in decision making, catching those nicks, catching those LBWs, and they've been very, very cooperative with one another. We saw earlier a nick by the Sierra Leone batter, John Bangura, which the standing umpire didn't hear, and she had to consult a square leg, who confirmed that there was a nick there. And that helped them reach a decision that benefited both teams. Certainly not in favor of Sierra Leone, but it was a fair decision, and they have to respect it. And that tells you just how fast the official department of Nigeria in cricket is developing in terms of meeting the world standard.
Excellent thought, Peter. He skies it up, but then he will be safe and he will be fine. They want to go for one more, and yes, they do it. But again, Peter, like you rightly said, in global cricket, the difference is there's always the hawk eye or the third umpire who helps the 2 on-field umpires whenever they are in trouble. And then you see the captain sometimes challenging a decision to go for review. And sometimes they win those reviews, sometimes they lose those reviews. But you have to spare these umpires. They don't have such luxury, but they have to take quick and fast decisions.
And that is why I said they've been very accurate, because they know that every mistake here cannot be reversed, and that has prompted them to be very, very focused and very alert for whenever those tough decisions are needed to be made.
"12 overs gone, 3 wickets down." They've recovered very well from those early wickets. And just imagine that they still had a John Bangura who could have been singing a different song. And to be honest, I'm just wondering what's going on, that some of those players that you expect to shine have not been shining. The likes of Yegbe Jallo has just had one good game. John Bangura, neither here nor there. In between, you can talk about him. But the other guys too, you expect them to come up. But before I ask you this question, the fact that they still have some players who on their day can be very destructive with the bat and sending the ball to places they are not supposed to go is one reason. And that's a no movement, 4 runs for Raymond Coker. They still have Abbas Blah and they still have Lansana Lamine. And they should be one good news for Sierra Leone.
Yeah, quite before I address that, look at that good 4 again, plays it over covers. No one even bothered giving a chase because they knew that ball was destined for a boundary. And back to your question, the Sierra Leone batting order has been very inconsistent. Abbas Blah, 3 fantastic games, and he's been below par in the last 2. And Lansana, I mean, hasn't really been called on, but each time he's been called on, he's only giving one good performance, and that doesn't speak too well of him. Yesterday, he went out of the first ball after bowling a fantastic hat-trick wicket in the first inning of the previous game. They didn't continue from that in the next game, and that tells you how uncooperative and inconsistent the Sierra Leone batters can be. You can excuse that, given they've not had a lot of competitions together as a team. That can be excused.
Captain Lansana Lamine at the middle when Ijeoma was speaking to them, won the toss and elected to bat. And up until this moment, and that will be a maximum. It's a no movement. It's a no movement. That's what he has been looking for. Javi Patel, heads down, says a lot about what that ball is all about. It's been a good over for Team Sierra Leone. They seem to be picking up gradually, especially the duo of Abubakar Kamara and Raymond Coker. The fact that they are changing the field sometimes can be very annoying as a fielder.
That ball was coming already into the face of his bat, was going outside of leg, and Abubakar Kamara just gave it a boost towards the boundary, sky high across the ropes, seamlessly. There was no stress behind it. At that chance again, does he find the boundary?
He dropped it. Zoeb Chand wants Abubakar Kamara to continue to bat. Happy birthday to you, Zoeb. You gave him another life. And in the words of the band in his song, Top of the World, he said, you have only one life to live. When you give a second one, then it might prove costly. See that again on replay. He was looking more like, right before our very eyes, Zoeb Chand was already picking that ball. He was under the ball. So what exactly happened again?
Yeah, for that, it appeared that Zoe Chan thought he was by the ropes. So that fright of taking that ball outside of the rope was one of the things that caused that, that shuffle there as he was trying to find his footings while making sure his foot is not beyond the ropes. And before he realized that it was too late, that ball was already on the ground. But he can relax as that ball was not a six.
We are into the 13th over. 75 for 3. The run rates gradually jacking up. They've recovered from that poor start where they lost early wickets. And that's the appropriate thing to do as a batter. You look at your field before you do anything. He knows he has been given another life. That will raise for a 4. But then, lovely coverage. Just imagine how he covered that ground. Pierce that gap that he found. But the man ran that channel and ensured 4 became 2. He's looking for those space. He's be safe, but he can only do 1 run. They know at this juncture, every run counts. Every ball counts. They can't be dot balls anymore.
Yes, when you let 2 batters get into 20 run marks, Raymond Cook on 29, Abubakar Kamara on 29, it is just appropriate that they now try to start hitting you. Never let batters get too comfortable in the T20 because when they do, no ball surprises them anymore. All they've got left are those big shots to even boost not just their morale but the teams. Raymond Cook seems to have left the big shots to Abubakar Kamara. He takes himself 1 strike on purpose and sends Abubakar Kamara to come against Asim Mohammed.
Yamba Yamba appealing. Temitope Onikoyi not interested. She will not even be interested. I haven't put on that glasses of hers. She just wants to see straight and say, let the game continue. And that's the same view that was shared by the square leg umpire, Lawale Dekoya, who only had to go and fix the bails and allow the game to continue. Will that be a maximum? Yes. Let the hands go up. Mandatory signaling the maximum. Abubakar Kamara can become the 3rd player in Sierra Leone to score 50 following the performance of Yegbe Jallo, John Bangura, former under-19 captain, and Abubakar Kamara is just some 15 runs short of half century. But then one thing that will be going on in the minds of Team Zambia, especially Zoeb Chan, is how did I drop him? How did I drop him? And because I dropped him, he had the opportunity and the license to continue to bat. And I hope this will not prove costly to us. 14 overs gone, 85 runs for loss of 3 wickets. The run rate has jacked up to 6.07 and the projected score is 121.
Yeah, Abubakar Kamara seems to be the Yegbe Jallo for today. Yegbe Jallo hit that staggering 72 against this Zambian side, and he's gone out already. So someone has to step up and wear that crown on the head. And Abubakar Kamara is that one, has put that crown on his head. And Raymond Coca is complimenting him, bringing him on strike as quickly and often as he can.
Better bowling there from Soeb, Musabhai, Valley, Pendi. He's gotten 1 wicket already. Has a good economy rate. Consider just 8 runs into his penultimate over. Bowling to Raymond Coca. Finally, Coca gets one to bring his tally to 31 from 35 balls. And my colleague made mention of how Raymond Coca and Abubakar Kamara are into their 30s, not in terms of age, but in terms of the numbers that they have put on board. Oh, it's finally gone. Abubakar Kamara would have to go back and meet his teammates.
Partnership is really a problem for Sierra Leone. This was the best partnership of Kamaru, Abubakar, and Raymond Coca. Abubakar Kamara has let Raymond Coca down. Not the team, because you see more partners to come in and prove themselves. That is why it is a team. But between two individuals, Abubakar Kamara is the one who let Raymond Coca down. That ball was a shot that would have been easily well placed and without contact. And it's lost the wicket already. And I'm about to look at that wicket again. Could have made better contact with that ball. But that urgency to always want to hit. Saw him just edge that slow ball into the arms of their waiting fielder.
And that's Jackie Musa Patel. Maybe I would slightly disagree a bit by letting the team down. I'm sure in his eyes he wanted to continue to bat. He knew he got a second chance where he wasn't supposed to get. But he loved to keep batting and probably take his team home. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And that ball, effort in futility. And you can see the look on the face of Sir Pendi. More like, you could have helped me do better with that. And see that chase. That chase amounted to nothing. But rather, only had to accompany the ball to the boundary.
Back already up to a good start. He wants to explode, wants to come in contact with every ball at every given chance. It's the end of the 15th over. 90 on the board. 4 wickets lost. And I'll take a little bit of a breather again and let Ijoma come back into the comment box and give us more insight into the game. Welcome on board again.
Thank you, Peter. It was great partnership between Raymond Coca and Abubakar Kamara. 52-run partnership, but that was broken. And we see Abbas Black coming in. Javid Patel, captain of the side, yet to pick a wicket in this game. From the Citygate end into the attack. To the death end, death overs of this innings. Good running between the wickets, 2 overs, 2 runs rather. At that ball. Good with his hands, good collected. Javid Patel, captain of the side, he had wanted to also bat it. He had won the toss for the team. Then he was sure that his bowlers will also bring their A game today to try to limit this Sierra Leone side rather, and that is what they are doing. Towards covers. But they'll snatch a run.
The hopes to score runs is rested upon the shoulder of Raymond Coker, because he has lasted more overs than the new batter Abbas Blah. Yes, good for Team Zambia, and once again Abbas Blah is dumbfounded in the batting crease and is asking how, and I guess Raymond Coker was consulting with his teammates. See that again on replay. Ijoma, like we always say, the umpires see better than we do. We are just here, and just like coaches, we always say they live and die with their decisions. And same thing you can say about umpires.
We also said Chion umpire Temitope Nukwe didn't hesitate to give that out and to lift that finger, shredded finger as you will call it, up. And Abbas Blah is seen going. He looks a bit dejected, not very disappointed. Probably feels he should have been given a position, a chance rather to put his name properly on the score sheet for the Sierra Leonean side, and sure he helps them alongside Raymond Coker. Out given by and hope that tomorrow will be better. Captain Lasana Lamin comes in place of Abbas Blah, bringing us to the 17th over. It is 1995 for 5.
That will be a close shave, but Lansana Lamin, who is yet to put his name on the score sheet for scoring runs. Yes, the scorers have captured his name that he has come on, but not put any run across his name. Survived there. Ayash Dadabai, and he went for that ball. Raymond Coker gradually inching closer to 50. All he needs to do is to be more patient when we know that the game is gradually winding down as far as the first innings is concerned. Ayaz Dadabai into his third over.
Covers. And Salman Patel will pick up quickly. Putting Raymond Coker back on strike. In towards the covers, there's still just a single. Coker has enjoyed his stay very well at the crease today. 37 runs off 42 balls. Alongside Abubakar Kamara at the time, they were very, very instrumental to helping the team put up the 100 mark. For 5 it is for Sierra Leone.
Lansana Lamin. I can comfortably say can barely count 3 players on this field that have more experience than Lamin. He's been there for several years, the longest serving member of this current side. And of course, Ijoma, myself and Lansana Lamin, we've been together, that I've known Lansana Lamin since 2012. And before then, he has been playing for Sierra Leone. So he shows you the longevity Lansana Lamin has in the national team.
That's quite a long time, Shion. That's why he's the leader of the side, probably the most experienced in the Sierra Leonean team.
No, undoubtedly, he's the most experienced.
Yeah, he's been playing for ages, donkey years. Ready to carry up the younger ones. The leader of this side, Lansana Lamin, he plays for Asia Lions in cricket club in Sierra Leone. He's also a father, husband as well, captain of the
It's a captain's battle. That was risky, but they have opportunity to take one more. Ijoma, what was Raymond Coker thinking? He's just gotten a second life. That was a risky run. And to think that the man who aimed that wicket was the same person who ran out yesterday, Nigeria's captain, Sulaiman Baidu, very good at his craft, just missed out by whiskers.
very risky, you say, but I'm sure Raymond is simply considering the fact that they could try to put up more runs on board to ensure that they have a huge run score to defend as we approach the second innings. They still have some wickets in hand. This is the 18th over already.
They want to do two.
Good running, I must say, Shion. Good running. Raymond has got energy.
I don't just know why Ijoma sentimentally for the hard work Raymond has put in today. I just wish he can score 50. I've seen players almost get over the line, but somehow, somewhere, the petroleum motor spirit just finishes and they cannot get over the line. We have seen the matter of people like Vincent Adeoye, who had a bad game today, completely bad with the bat, by not scoring any run, get to 49. We've seen Niyo Mugabo Isai do 42. We've seen even Isaac Danladi, who eventually finished by scoring 50 yesterday, almost getting 44 and 6 short of half century. And sentimentally, I just want Rudiman Koka to get a 50.
It's very, very possible, Shane, as you say. But that brings us to the end of the 18th over. We have 2 overs left in this tournament, in this game rather, 107-4-5. It's very possible for Raymond to get to just 8 balls, 8 runs short of a half a century. If they ensure they rotate singles, he could try to get there. He's on strike. So we have Zoe Pendi. Oops! Up in the air. She won't talk about it. Maximum 48 runs for Raymond Koka.
I will be the one to get up and shout, "We love you, Raymond." But then there is this little matter of sometimes when you are almost there, something unpredictable just happens. And so Raymond Koka is just 2 short of half century. And he wants to do one more. Shout out to you, Raymond Koka, 50 up! Yes, long coming. Joins the growing list of players that have scored 50. We now have 3 players from Sierra Leone scoring 50, and then he can open another chapter. Good over, you have to say, from Raymond Koka. And Ijoma, I'm sure Raymond Koka have earned the right to get some flowers from you.
Cool as you like, 50 runs off 50 balls with effort from Koka. I'm sure someone else who will really be proud is also Abubakar Kamara, because both of them have built up good partnership for Sierra Leone. And seeing him getting 54 Sierra Leone and still playing, ensuring they improve their run rate to make it very difficult for the Zambians to chase. Because they had won the toss earlier and decided to bat, I'm sure that strategy they will try to see how they can push up to ensure even if they can try to pick a win in this game with effort Raymond Koka.
Lansana Lamy shuffles out to play. But in doing that, it must be intelligently done so you don't get into trouble. Another positive we can take from this, Ijoma, scoring 116 and losing just 5 wickets is highly commendable. That's a no ball, and the 5 runs added to it makes them get to that 122. And you have to give them credit that with that 122, they have just lost just 5 wickets. That's another positive you can take home, Ijoma.
But surely, steadily, Raymond spearheading that alongside Abubakar Kamara. It's really impressive to see here. Just taking the time. This is the stuff we know Sierra Leone to do. Take their time, build up their innings, try to accumulate the runs as they see them coming. And then that brings us to the end of 19th over. It is 117 rather.
That should be
5.
123. That should be 123 now.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. That's 123. 36 good balls left in this inning. The projected score is 130.
Last over of the first innings. And let's wait to see who is saddled with that responsibility. Lansana Lamin, 100% strike rate, 4 out of 4. Yet to hit the ground running. But Raymond Coker is 52 for 54. This is the over where no more dot balls. .1 overs gone, 124 for loss of 5 wickets. They will definitely not score that runs that they did when both of them first met. He threw away his eyes. We always say eyes on the ball, but he threw away his eyes, didn't look at the ball, wasn't focused on the ball, and the Ayas Dadabai claims his second wicket in the final over, and more importantly, his last over.
Still, Lansana Lamin reacted a bit late to that ball. And it cost him his wicket. Bullseye, ball went through. Just look at that again. Went through the middle stump, lodged the bills. Sana looking a bit dejected, unable to contribute so much for the side. But then they have the likes of, with the likes of Raymond Kuka, you're sure that Sierra Leone has put up, well, quite good runs on.
The intent is clear from Chenoba. Had to leave his bat behind. If the bat was going to serve as an impediment, the bat can hold on. The most important thing is I get into the batting crease. And that was Raymond Coker. He wants to play not out. And also join the growing list of players that have played not out in this tournament. Plays it above the head of Ayaz. But they won't mind. They were supposed to go for 2. If the first one had been quick. But then when you look at it, the man on form and the man on strike is good enough to strike the ball. Raymond Coker. That was not expected of the wicketkeeper, Musonda Yamba. And the last ball of this first innings of match 12, day 6 of the second West Africa Trophy, proudly sponsored by Dafabet, Firefly Sports Entertainment, Dreamcatchers.tv, Sportbox, and Rusa Advisory. Can they do 2? No, they couldn't make it. And they were supposed to do 2 to bring us to 130. But it's 129. And something has to be said about 129. Ijoma, today, the target for Nigeria was 129. Nigeria could not meet that target. And they lost by 24 runs. Now, Team Sierra Leone, after that poor start, have posted 129 for loss of 7 wickets in 20 overs, with Raymond Coker playing not out. What is the figure 129 all about?
I'm not very certain what it is about, but what I'm certain for sure is that we are loving it here at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium. Having a good time. Is the game of cricket. It's the second edition of the West Africa tournament, and we've just witnessed Sierra Leone put up a run score of 129 for the loss of 7 wickets. The first innings is just done and dusted. This means Zambia, we have a target of 130 to win. Great effort by Raymond Coker, 53 runs off 56 balls. Great effort. He was also supported by Abubakar Kamara, building a great partnership earlier on. With the ball, we have the likes of Ayazada by 2 wickets. 18 runs conceded. Also the likes of Pendi as well, 2 wickets as well. Great contributions from the side, from the bowling and the batting teams in this game. From our end, from me, myself, and Peter, will just relax for a few minutes. And it is up to you as well to also take your time off, since in a few minutes we'll be having the second innings commence. Welcome back to the second innings of match day 6, game 12, between Sierra Leone and Zambia. Earlier, Sierra Leone won the toss and opted to bat first. In the first innings, they scored 129 for the loss of 7 wickets. Raymond Koka very impressive with the ball, with the bat rather, supported closely by Abubakar Kamara. Zambia now in the chase. We need 130 runs in 20 overs. Chanoba with the ball. Begins with a wide. See Mohamed on strike. Chanoba coming in from the City Gate end. Toss covers. Fortunately, they won't pick a run. Great to also have my colleague here, Peter. Peter, he's been here since match day 1. He knows the players, he knows the terrain, he knows the game. Peter, welcome to the comms box.
Thank you very much, IG, for that. And thank you for bringing me into this game. A good start. Quick fall of wickets for Sierra Leone in the first inning. And they picked up in the middle, courtesy of Abubakar Kamara and Raymond Koka. Sad to see that partnership broke, but 129 is still very much defendable. We saw how Rwanda defended that against Nigeria. Sierra Leone, desperate for their first win. Batting hasn't really been their strong edge in terms of putting runs on the board first, but their fielding has improved compared to match day 1, and remains to see if they can consolidate on that. Keep the Zambian side below 129.
Chenoba just picked 1 wicket in 5 innings. His previous 5 games. In the first innings, one wicket fell. That was the wicket of Jalo. First over. I'm sure Chenoba would like to repay the favor. More dot balls. Sierra Leoneans always very vocal on the pitch. Keep cheering themselves on. Keep clapping. Very, very noisy on the pitch, if I would say. Oh, that's racing down. A boundary of Azim Mohammed. Zambia gets off the mark with the bat. It's been dot balls.
You've been on the offside a lot more. I see no reason why Chanoba should have brought that ball to the leg. Any batter very good with his bat will just happily play that kind of shot, and that was to flick it. 4 unnecessary runs that could have been avoided if that ball had stayed on the same line and length he had been coming from earlier. I understand that consistency hasn't really been on their side given the lack of international competition for the Sierra Leone side, but come on, opening bowler he should have done better. Lazana Lamine, I mean, he'll be coming this time around from the house of the rock end. He has been forced to actually become the second opening bowler for Sierra Leone, given how exploited the second opening bowler. Nobody has been able to compensate Chenoba whenever he opens bowling. As his other pair has always had to give out a lot of runs. Solomon Williams did the other day, and James Bangura 2 days ago. Lazana had to pick up the ball yesterday and did pretty well with it, even picking up a hat trick in the final overs of the game against Rwanda yesterday. Nigeria.
That will be a leg by 3 wickets in this tournament already. Captain didn't contribute so much with the bats, but this time is with the ball. I'm sure he wants to try to see his team get the first win in this tournament. Down the deep, the fielder races in vain. It's 4 runs. Abubakar Kamara will escort the ball down to the boundary. Azim Mohammed again scores another boundary for Zambia.
That decision to come from around is actually backfired. Favorite sport, but coming for the middle stump shouldn't have been the next sort of option for Lazana Lamine. Azim Ahmed has not really found that rhythm in the front, but that flick is a specialty of his, and he will always utilize it when the need arises.
White ball. Sierra Leone will try to limit the extras. Oops. John Bangura tried to dive to the ball.
Tidy feeding hasn't really been a specialty of the Sierra Leone side. Yesterday, I think there was a slight improvement. Lack of, focus from John Bagua. He wasn't looking like he was ready to take a catch at that place. Better this time around from the wicket keeper, but there was no contact. And that is why it is a dot ball. The Sierra Leone fielding setup is looking currently unmotivated. It's like they've already accepted defeat even before defeat. What they need to boost the momentum is definitely going to be a wicket. The moment they can break this partnership, I'm sure the team will find their rhythm again.
It was mid-wicket. Solomon Williams picked that quickly. Down to square leg.
Definitely lucky that the person facing that ball wasn't Asim Mohammed. That ball came too full Luckily, there was a short mid wicket to intercept that, and it's a very fantastic end to the second over. 12 on the board at 6 per over, no wickets lost.
Chenoba from the City Gate end. Racing down the deep, the fielder. Ibrahim Karim picks up quickly. Rather, it's Ibrahim Baka. 2 runs off that ball.
You know, at some point when this game goes on, when you see how compact the bowling setup for Sierra Leone is, you see that, oh, these people know what they are bowling, the line. And then at some point, they sort of come to the leg side. And Nassim Mohammed, on 2 occasions, has sent it to the boundary. 3 more balls. Remains to see if Chenoba will keep that ball on the wickets.
Up in the air, up and over. And it is 4 runs. Azim Mohammed has got the power. His bat is speaking. Look at that, Peter.
When you put a ball outside of the off stump for any batter, they know that that is freedom to be explosive. And Azim Mohammed took full advantage of that opportunity. On one knee, met with that ball midway into that bounce and sent it into the gap. Like I said, shouldn't be coming to the leg. Very wonderful appeal. But all he would have taken was just a flick of Asim Mohammed's bat, and that ball would be racing towards deep square leg region. 1 run it is apparently that they will settle for.
More extras. More extras for Zambia. In the favor of Zambia against Sierra Leone. Anyone's there to catch, no one, it's lands, no man's land, and then it races down to the boundary. Another 4. This time around off Azim Patel's batting. First runs off his batting, 4 runs.
Met that ball midway. That ball, the decision to shuffle out made Chenoba pitch that ball short. And at the bounce, very comfortable for Azim Mohammed, Azim Patel to make contact and sends that ball traveling over mid-off and onto the boundary for 0-4, ending the 3rd over with an advantage. It's 24 on the board, no wickets lost. Needing just 106 off the next 102 ball. IJ, this game, at some point, Sierra Leone will look to be in control. At some point, Zambia will remind them that this is still an even game. These runs are very, very much chaseable. How do you see this game panning out?
Absolutely, Peter. It's quite a very open game, very balanced at this point. Each of the side we need to work extra hard if this game is going to go their way. Lasana. Oh, the wicket keeper John Bangura missed it. And that goes down to the boundary. It's a leg by. A boundary off it. Lasana not looking very happy. Bangura would have done better. Try to stop the ball. Oh, he missed it there, you could see. And Lasana's not looking very disappointed. Sierra Leone will make anything out of this game. It is taking up early wickets. It's getting out the wickets very early. Zambian did the first innings. That was if you allow the Zambian side, Azim and Patel are looking quite comfortable.
Even against Rwanda, they kept their wickets compact until the ninth over when 2 wickets dropped in that over. Other than that, Asim Mohammed coming up into the pecking order has been very, very consistent. Only failing to deliver against Rwanda.
Just look at that one again, Peter. John Bangura could only watch the raises to the ropes for another boundary. 2 boundaries in this over of Lassana Lamine.
Late connection between bats and the ball. That ball could have gone for the leg stump if Azim Patel had failed to make contact. 8 runs on the board so far for Azim Patel. Both have been boundaries.
One more ball left in this over. But that would be a wide ball, and we still have another ball to be played. Another Lego delivery.
It's been one issue or the other for Sierra Leone. If the batting is not good, the fielding and the bowling can be good, and the batting will not complement it. Currently, their batting wasn't that good, but they still managed to have 129 on the board against Zambia in the first inning. Their fielding has been better, but certainly not their bowling. So many runs in just the first 4 over, 34 for no wickets lost.
Bubaka Kamara. Without race for a 4. Asim Mohammed seem to be having a good time at the crease. Bubaka Kamara. Picked up 4 wickets in this game already.
Yeah, Zambia are not really fast between the sticks, and their strength is the boundaries which they've successfully been able to find pierces through that gap. No one even could. There was no way you were going to stop that ball. That field that just chased for aesthetical reasons.
Batters have been in from the very first ball. Managed to ensure that Asim Mohammed because they know the stuff of a player he is. Run rate for Zambia 8 runs. 91 runs in 91 balls. We're gonna miss. Now bring us to the end of the 5th over. It is 39 for no loss. Sierra Black will be attacking from the house of the rock end. Blast picked 6 wickets in this tournament. Be hoping to get a 7th one. Trying to see if he could break this partnership. The very first inning, Abazbla was only able to put up 3 runs in 6 balls. Not so much contribution from him from the side, but the ball has been handed Dot balls. Peter, if Rwanda will be able to try to get something from this game, I think the polling units will try to complement the efforts of John Bangui, of rather Raymond Koka and Abubakar Kamara in the first innings.
You're not far from the truth, IG. I mean, fielding is better. The fielding is improving game by game. The batting, there was a little bit of slack given the early fall of wicket, but good pick up by Raymond Koka and Abubakar Kamara to try and build up a partnership. And now, what was lacking, what was their biggest strength, is not what is causing a little bit of unease to the rest of the players and the bench. If there's anyone to keep those runs at par currently, is about being very consistent. Has a very wonderful line and net. Knows when to put the ball in front of the batter on the toes and knows when to withdraw it. Making the batter always have to guess what kind of next ball is going to come to him. And that has been a specialty of Abbas Blab, being almost unplayable so far in the tournament.
One bounce and the rating is
Like you said, almost unplayable doesn't make him unplayable. That ball, we drew that ball and we drew it to the comfort zone of Asim Mohammed, who just had to wait and calculated the bounce and played it. They didn't get the maximum, but certainly did get that ball over the bowler's head.
so the player the end of over. There's also the field setting is about to change. 43 runs for no loss. Zambia really having a great day. The likes of Azim Mohammed and Azim Patel taking their time to build the innings. They will require 87 runs in 84 balls. Lots of overs, lots of balls to play. Abubakar Kamara returns with the ball. Will they race for it? 2 years they will. And he did that successfully.
Asim Mohammed and Azim Patel just know how to click. They put, and they build a little bit of unease to the Sierra Leone fielding side, who expand and have to construct on the demands of the two batting pairs. Just when the field setup is in, they find the boundary, and when the field expands, they keep the singles. The field setup has not really been able to determine the style of play which the batters will play. The field has had to adjust on demands of any of the batters on strike.
One of the Sierra Leonean bowlers we need to step up on this day. No loss. Towards covers. And it's collected quickly. No run made. Raymond Cook. Peter, do you think this is the time we could bring a player like Raymond Cook? We know him left arm.
Certainly, it's time to go off pace.
Goes big. The ball make an attempt to try to catch it, but the ball was way above him, and that goes for a boundary. Asim Mohammed, another boundary.
That ball, it was too short. Swinging in the right place to send the ball to. The fielding setup of Sierra Leone is to, cover up for the bowlers' mistakes and not to prepare for the batter's, ability. Zambia have dominated the leg side more often. There should have been a deep mid wicket employed in that space, but somehow it's been brought in because there is a long on, an expanded long on. The leg side is quite empty. Sierra Leone trying to bowl to the onside, and Zambia having their strength on the onside. That should have been a filter. That should have been a very much in demand setting, an extra deep mid wicket instead of that third man that they are having currently.
It's 50 up already for Zambia after 7 overs. 50 for no loss. Azim Mohammed and Azim Patel gently, steadily building their innings. Much to the dismay of the Sierra Leonean bowlers. They require 80 runs and 78 balls. Basbla.
Ball seems to have come above the gloves and hit John Bangura above of it, and we know how hurtful that can be. Stop the boundary, but at what cost? He is in pain, and play has to be slightly delayed so the player can be attended to. IJ, this game is going really smoothly. 79 needed now of the next 77 balls. And we know how big Zambia like to hit. No wickets lost yet. And if we get into 10 overs and there's no wicket lost, it is going to be a very difficult task. The only way Sierra Leone can actually try and win this is if those wickets start to fall. Not just the wickets falling, consecutive wickets falling. A wicket and over is not going to do this because each time a wicket falls, any batter coming in is going to explode.
Well said, Peter. If Sierra Leone would need to try to scoop this one in their pocket, you need to see the wicket and fall consecutively. I hope Bangura is fine. John Bangura seemed to be up on his feet up well. The meds for the support.
Abasbla is okay, it's alright, and now play can continue. Abasbla. Breaking this partnership seems to be much more of a difficult task for Sierra Leone. The last time we saw a partnership last this long, I mean, Amza Khan and Didier in the first game today. It was so much of a task before Nigeria could break through. About what cost? This one's come at the cost now, with a maximum by Asim Mohamed. Not getting wickets in his bowling over, but certainly he's finding more runs, finding another way to contribute to the team with a maximum for Zambia.
Sierra Leone will need to review their strategy. Seem not to be working in their favor. Appeal, big one. But the umpire, not interested. He says play on.
Yes, the contact point was the pad and not bat. Right call by the umpire.
He said the Sierra Leonean bowlers desperate to break that 57-run partnership already. Again, the appeal. The umpire, bowlers and umpire, Wale nods his head in agreement. And this 57-run partnership is broken. As more 37 of 34 balls, big runs contributor to this game. After being swept, Abbas Black gets a wicket after being swept for 7 runs already in this over. Peter, just take a look at that.
You know, asked loudly the first time. This one was clear as day. That ball was coming to attack the Storms. The right call by the umpire. And the wicket the very first time. And a little bit of morale and boost has come to the Sierra Leone side. A perfect revenge for Abbas Blah. Initially, he was picked for a boundary by this same batter, Sim Mohamed. And the perfect response and the best way to get revenge was to send him to that boundary ropes. This time, he has to walk off instead of the ball. New batter in, Zaki Musa Patel. And also coming in right now is going to be Sheung Ajidagba. Is going to be having an interview with a very special person, the man who's made sure that special moments and special times are made cutting behind the lens on camera. Zilibe, the man with the eyes behind the lens. Sheung Ajidagba, please take over from here.
Thank you very much, amazing colleagues. Ijoma Okigbo and Peter for a fantastic job done so far. Is match 12, day 6 of the West Africa Trophy, proudly sponsored by Dafabet, Sportbox, Fireflies, and sport entertainment, Rusa Advisory, and Dreamcatchers.tv. Everybody has had a taste of defeat at this tournament. And after the completion of the 8th over, Zambia 58 for 1, and they require 72 runs in 72 balls. So a run per ball is all that is required. Azim Patel is on 100% strike rate, same as Zaki Musa Patel, on also 100% strike rate. 1 ball, 1 run, and Azim Patel, 12 ball face, scored 12 runs. It's my singular honor, pleasure, and delight. Peter let the cat out of the bag. I was trying to plead with him not to let the cat out of the bag, but then he did. Of course, I have my brother, my friend, joining us for the very first time at the commentary position. It's imperative to bring the people who are always behind the scenes. They like to be behind the scenes, but they project people to the world. But I think it's imperative for us to bring people who are always behind the scenes for projection to the world. Former captain of Pioneers Cricket Club, and currently has grown to be a big man in the Cricket Federation. He manages the media. He manages everybody in terms of capturing the moment. And I'm pleased to have with me at the commentary position a cricketer par excellence and a perfect gentleman, Zilibe. Zil, good afternoon, and what a perfect time to welcome you with that 4. That's how they welcome special people.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's a pleasure to be here.
Zil, you are the man behind the lens. And they say when you look through the lens, what you see is focus. What does it take to capture a moment? Because all the pictures that have gone globally and viral, you are the one behind that picture. How do you take your picture to capture a moment?
There's no specific way to take the picture, but the major thing I would say here is just dedication, passion, and determination. Yeah, we always want to tell a story. We always want to. It's something that I have that cravings for long before now. So I have that nerve. Like I want to spread information. Like this is the sport I love right from secondary school days and everything. So now that I have the chance to say more about it, the best way I could do it is behind the lens, on the media pages, and definitely like what you do from all radio station aspects and all.
Talk about your love for cricket. Help us understand, because people just hear that word Zilibe. Some cannot place the face with the name. How did the love for cricket start, and who introduced you to cricket?
I started cricket in my secondary school days. I think I was waiting for a couple of my friends, the likes of Emmanuel Olokere, Austin Alikale of blessed memory, Moses Iriekwen, and these guys. I could not remember some of them, but I just saw them playing cricket. They were all science students, and me, I was just this arts guy in the midst of many people. And I was waiting for my friends who are having practicals for us to go home together. And they're like, would you like to play the game? And I joined them. And it was fun for me then, because everything, like, I was getting it, and there's this perfect one-hand catch. I got used to it until I started dropping catches. And also, so since then, that's passion. And I think after secondary school, like, there was nothing. I was staying on the island, and most of the activities happen on the mainland. And I felt I can't just be redundant in this field. Then I started moving out again. The Hausa Foundation for Cricket, joined them, went for coaching clinic, and we started officiating game. Since then, it has been that love for the game. So I felt, if like people do say, okay, this person is a minister. Not everybody will man the pulpit touches life alone. Like some persons do them indirectly, which is one of the places I find myself in. Okay, this game, I love it, and I can preach to people about it. Compared to that, I must not man the pulpit to do that.
Zil, you are a man of many parts, and so if tomorrow you become they scrapped the Ministry of Youth and Sport Development. Now what we have is the Chairman National Sports Commission and the Director General. If you rise to become maybe the DG of the National Sports Commission or the Chairman, it means that you have touched every area. You've played the game, you are currently administering the game, and you understand the intricacy of the game. Now, I say this with all sense of responsibility. You are also an umpire. You are the Assistant Secretary General of the best league in West Africa. You retired very early. Maybe can I still use the word you retired very early, or you are still in the game? But I'm saying that in all, you have seen it all, But where did the interest to now start holding the camera start from? Because you know, you don't just hold the camera, you capture moments, you do images, you do a lot of things. I've seen the one that has gone viral today, Dairu Habib Amoto Enesi at 50 with his T20 international, and I said nobody could have done that easily. How do you combine all of these things with administrative duties?
I can't really explain that, but you know, one thing for me is if I have the chance to do something, I just want to be the best at everything I do. So there's something someone said to me that wherever you find yourself, don't be redundant. Make sure you add value. So that's the watchword for me. So wherever I find myself, I want to add value. I just look for different ways to do things to make it perfect. So I don't know how well to answer this question, but in that brief word, that's that for me.
Sometimes I eavesdrop your conversation when you are talking and you say, today I will have in a game, maybe for the first and second innings, about 300 pictures, and you begin to ask yourself, how do you walk around these 300 pictures to pick what eventually will now be the area? And that's another work on its own. If you are to encourage someone now in this line, what does the person need to do?
First thing first, determination. Then you should have a listening ear. Then you should pay attention to details. That's it. I'll give credit to the young lady who is with me, dear Mirabel, and everything too. We'll be working hand in hand. Like sometimes she shoots as well, so we just share ideas. So I'm not looking at the fact that, oh, I'm the one behind the lens or something, but any idea she has, she brings to it. So that's one thing I look out for. If you want to learn, definitely you should bring yourself to the lowest level. I do the same thing for myself. When I want to pick something from somebody, I just don't want to look at the person that I know this thing more than you, but I know I want to get something. So I'll come down to the barest minimum in order for me to get what I want. And when I'm done, I still won't say, oh, because I've gotten what I want, I'm up there. No, I still maintain that same balance.
We'll still have to keep Zilibe is an interviewer's delight. Abbas Black coming from the House of the Rock end, and is looking for that second wicket. Is into his third over. Zambia at 64 for 2, 9.3 overs gone. Current run rate is 6.86, and what is the card is 6.19. It looks like a game that might end in a frenetic finish. Looking at it, before we come back to you, what is required and the number of balls, 66 runs from 63 balls. You can see that it's almost going hand in hand. Zil, we are in for a very interesting game, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
Now, Zil, let's look at one area that is a bit difficult, and you said something very instructive: paying attention to details. Your eyes must be very sharp to everything that is going on the field, because you cannot anticipate when a moment would happen. I saw one of the pictures you took of Mr. President Dr. Uyosanu Sahara Akpata when he was trying to bowl and catch a ball. That went viral. If you were not paying attention to details, there was no way you could have gotten that picture. How important is paying attention to details?
Very important. Very important. You know, for this sport, like compared to football, whereby you can easily get every action, even when you're settled. Like, if you by the time you blink, the word they use, like, you snooze, you lose. Once you blink on the cricket field, definitely you know you are missing something. Like earlier today, I don't know, well, someone was behind me during the toss. I think I just looked down, and before I looked up, they flipped the coin already, and I wanted to capture that moment. So you get, so these things, like once you know you want to get, you set your plan, what you want to achieve that day, the kind of shots that go viral. So definitely you must stay focused. You must stay focused.
I must commend you, because Mirabel is doing a fantastic job, but in proper settings, two people cannot do the job of an entire field. We have multiple people, ICC tournaments, where you see this one saddle with this task, that saddle with that task, but to think that two people have to capture everything that is going on is a difficult task. And I know, Zil, you not lie to me, how easy it is to get a good camera to capture moments.
It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. So I'll go and seek advice from my elder statesman, that's in person of Ricky Tete, because he's the boss behind the lens. So I don't know what specific answer to give on this aspect, but I know it's not an easy task to get a good camera, but we know there are good brands out there.
I had a conversation with you yesterday when we were talking, and you were telling us about how expensive it is to get some lens and some camera. Um, Even in foreign currencies, very expensive. To capture that moment you want, you need to invest in yourself. How important is investing in oneself to actualizing your goals?
A very important part in one's life. Like I mentioned, you can't be redundant wherever you find yourself. So if I had stayed, because I started with a small Sony camera, and it was still giving me something back then when I took up this role, and I looked at it that, oh yes, after tournaments, like when we have major tournaments like this, after then I just stay nothing. I wait for people within zones to give me feedback, and when I look at the quality of the pictures they give to me, I feel angry, but I can't complain because it's what I have. But a lot of activities happen within my environment. Every weekend with my own camera, I can go out to just like take pictures. So I only got better because I was always active. Every weekend in Lagos League or anything happening, or I decide to go to another state where they're having an occasion, definitely. So it's very important for one to invest in themselves. Like for this field, especially when it comes to media, if you don't keep in touch, definitely you will lose touch. So you just have to times for you to learn, which I do, just pick up. It takes nothing for you to learn something new and try it the next day when you have the chance.
62 runs needed in 60 balls. Penultimate question before I ask the final question for Zil to leave, because keeping him here means that actions are being missed and I don't want to get sanctioned that pictures are not well captured. 68 for 2, Zambia batting after 10 overs. Is drinks break. Ayaz Dadabai, 4 balls faced, scored 1 run. Zaki Musa Patel has faced 5 balls and scored 4. Penultimate question. Zil, I know you are an integral part of this organization of the second West Africa Trophy here in Abuja. What is your assessment after the 6th day and we are witnessing the 12th match?
Should I use number to do that or something? But
Anything you use, we are fine.
I think it's a 9 because if there's anything I've noticed, like from game 1 till today, you see the intent from every team, even to Sierra Leone, who have not won any game, but that intention is there for them to say we want to pick up something, and everybody keep learning, everybody keep improving. The Zambia side as well, you see how they played, and like if you are told that these people have been out of the game for like 8 years and they are coming back to display this kind of skill and talent, definitely it's very like the tournament for me. I just really a 9 over there. I know that because we still have more time to go, and definitely something great might come up, and I'll come back here and tell you 15 over 10.
Everybody collect.
Definitely, it went round.
It's going.
It touched everybody.
Yes,
It
you
touched
all chop
everybody.
breakfast. Zil, if there's anything I know about you, you have a special crystal ball that you always check. Look into your crystal ball and tell me who will be playing here on Sunday and who will eventually win this second West Africa Trophy. That's your wonderful crystal ball.
A wonderful crystal ball. Home is better, definitely, from what we've seen so far. So my own prediction will be going definitely between Nigeria and Rwanda at the finals. And like I said, home is better. It's not a bad idea for us to host and still keep the trophy for the second time.
Zil, I can't thank you enough, and I hope I can have the balls to bring you back here again to come and share your wealth of experience. Knowing that taking you away from the scene of the action means that I am actually doing something wrong. I hope I can still, I still have that credit in the bank to bring you.
Definitely, you still do.
Well, you just listen to Zil Ibe, fantastic and perfect gentleman, the head of media of Nigerian Cricket Federation, the Assistant Secretary General of Club Cricket Committee, the best league in West Africa, and former captain of Pioneers Cricket Club. At a tender age, Zil decided to retire to focus on another important part of cricket, which is photography and, of course, editing and doing those things. One of these days, we would have Zil do tutorials for people. Since we have Akusin, a share of cricket umpires and scorers in Nigeria, who always have their workshop and their trainings, Zil must train other people also, burning talent. Like we say, a success without a successor is no success. Thank you once again. I know Zil is a man of many parts. I decided not to go there because if I say Zil should tell me how the umpires have performed as the public relation officer of Association of Cricket Umpires and Scorers in Nigeria national. How are they feared? Because we are trying to domesticate these umpires for an international event. Scorecard.
It's been awesome so far. It's been awesome. Like improvements from every other person. We saw the like of Ramon making his way. Though I noticed Ramon from Lagos and everything. And Ramon is one person that we can say a lot of things about when it comes to officiating. The same, likewise, Ashapa maybe also. These guys have been doing well. They've done well so far, as far as I'm concerned. Perfect job.
Thank you very much, and we can't wait the arrival of Mr. President, Dr. Uyosa Nosawaru Akpata, President Nigerian Cricket Federation, and the Chairman of Edo State Cricket Association, the best sport administrator for year 2025. Once again, thank you to the public relations officer of Association of Cricket Umpires and Scorers National. Thank you to the media manager, Nigerian Cricket Federation. Thank you to the Assistant Secretary General of the Club Cricket Committee League, Mr. Zilibe. Of course, you are deeply appreciated. 74 for 2, 10.4 overs gone. Current run rate is 6.94. The current run rate is 6.00. At this juncture, I think it's imperative to say Zaki Musa Patel, Ayaz Dadabai are batting. Let me bring on batters who like to form partnership. Ijeoma Okigbo and of course Peter Isewi. Guys, I'm sure you enjoyed that interview. I will try to drag him back here again, Mr. Zilibe. Thank you guys, and my job is done for now. I should be back.
Thank you, Shay, for that interview with Zil Ibe. Zil Ibe, man of many hats. I don't need to start mentioning all of those because I'm sure she did justice to that. And thank you, Zil, for coming by, telling us the job behind the scenes. But here, back to the pitch, back to the cricket. It is still Zambia against Sierra Leone, and now we are done with we are done with the 11th over. It is 75 for 2. Peter, great to have you back in.
Thank you very much, IJ. It's nice being back in. During our absence, 2 wickets fell for Zambia, and it was none other than the 2 opening batters' wickets. And runs needed. The captain himself has taken up that mantle and is taking up pretty early because runs have been pouring out quite sporadically for Zambia.
Well said, Peter. They've been an upsurge in runs for the Zambians. Sierra Leoneans, we have to do just more than bowling, but ensuring that the wickets fall consecutively. Yes, by and Zaki Musa Patel. Swing and a miss. Bangura tries to effect a run out. A direct hit, but it was unsuccessful.
That ball would have been dealt with if the batter anticipated it. 2 full and very lucky Lassana Lamin. There has been a lot of rotation in the batting order of Zambia. It seemed to pay off the first time against Sierra Leone. Didn't really work in the next couple of matches. And today seems to have worked again. Asim Mohammed opening for the 3rd time in this tournament. And for the 2nd time, he did a good job before bowing out. A good job by Lassana Lamin. The captain himself is coming early. Solomon Williams is still yet to bowl, giving a lot of expensive overs. Could have gotten a direct hit, missed the wicket, but courtesy of Abubakar Kamara, who was on the opposite side of the wicket to prevent that ball from traveling or racing to the boundary.
Peter, I'm just looking at the fielding positions. There's points, there's covers, there's mid-off, 4 ayers. There's also long off.
Not holding anything back, Lassana Lamin. Every chance he gets is coming for the wickets. Almost taking out the Bills there. Not really missing the wicket. A good end to the 12th over. 80 on the board. 81 on the board for 2 wickets lost. 49 now of the next 48 balls.
Coca from the City Gate end. One bounce and that will race for a 4.
You can see disappointment on not just his face, but the entire Sierra Leonean side. This was a much needed win. Losing this match, you see them not only lose another game, but be 4 points behind. That ball had already turned short pitch, high bounce, and in the comfort zone of Zakir Patel. There was no other thing to do than just to play it into the gap. And now a proper ball this time, but Zambia will score a run off it. Not a boundary, and just one more run, as it should be. Right now, it's the way the runs are taken on the board for Zambia. Any more boundary, and all they just have to do is just keep running between the sticks.
Down towards square leg. Upish. Up and over. Is that going for? Well, good catch. Chenoba. Good catch by Chenoba, the deep. And we see Zaki Musa Patel. 18 runs already, 15 balls. Good contribution from him. But he tries to go really big, and Raymond Coca picks his second wicket. In this game, Raymond Coca was very useful in the first innings. Peter, take a look at that.
That pitch. The ball was turning out and at the top end of the bat, and that was what made that ball stay within the ring. If the ball had come in contact with the middle of the bat, certainly would have traveled beyond the boundary, but that extra turn that he had at the end was what gave Raymond Coca a very much needed wicket. And that wicket is dropped. And it's going to be Zoe Chand who comes in, left-hander to a left-hander.
Two wickets now for Raymond Coca. Most instrumental player, great effort. Best player, if I would say, for the Sierra Leonean side in this game. Zambia will need 44 runs in 44 balls.
Comes around the wicket. Comes over the wicket. Raymond Kuka. Good line to Chan with it for that ball to get that turn. A very good way to end the 13th over. 86 on the board. And Zaki Musa Patel, the latest wicket to fall. 3 wickets gone so far after 13 overs for Zambia. 44 now needed of the next 42 balls. Huge task.
Captain Lassana Lamine brings himself back in. Down towards covers. Sierra Leone, we need wickets in quick succession and not just wickets at intervals to be able to seal their first win, else it goes Zambia's way. Zambia will need 43 runs in 41 balls to win, chasing a target of 130. Towards leg. That was backward point. Raymond Coker at backward point recovers quickly. Lassana Lamine from the House of the Rock End. Moves towards the leg side. Great pick up as well. Will manage to settle for a run. Lassana Lamine yet to get a wicket in this game. Towards point. 1 run it is. Good stop by Raymond Coker.
on the stumps, just saving grace was the wicket. Just was the back end of the bat that comes in contact with the ball and drives it and cuts it straight towards fine leg. One more run for Zambia. Still less balls. Still more runs needed than remaining balls.
Run out chance. Isn't. The captain of the side. An attempt. Run. The means. Ball is spent in this game. 21 runs. 22 runs conceded. Good catch. Good pick up from Raymond Coker. He was unable to effect a direct hit. 14 runs gone. 14 overs spent. 1 run for the loss of 3 wickets. Was falling on Raymond Coker's shoulder once again. Was 2 wickets already.
Everyone thought Ayaz Adabai was going to want to go big, but made decision to just punch that ball and makes a chance for a run turning Zoe Chan on strike. Zoe Chan hasn't really had this very good of a comfort where he's been on the field against facing Raymond Kuka balls, as those balls are turning inwards towards him, and it's not a comfortable spot he likes to play from.
Wide ball. Sierra Leone shouldn't be giving out extras. These freebies can cost them the game. Zambia, we need 37 runs in 35 balls. Upish, up and over. Without go for a maximum of Raymond Coker's bowling. Credit to Ayaz Adabai. Improving the run rate.
Raymond Kuka really hasn't been coming on the stumps too often, keeping that ball outside. And your balls, Raymond Kuka is a leg breaker, should be attacking the stumps more. Isn't doing that, and that is the result. For a bowler like Raymond Kuka, he is scared of putting the ball on the stumps, doesn't want to get picked. To a field setting that you've set for a batter, you have yourself a mid wicket as well as a deep forward mid wicket. Those are field settings that enable you for a catch.
A white ball it is, but then it's 102 already for 103 rather already for Zambia for the loss of 3 wickets. It's 104 it is, and it is the end of the 15th over. Twelve overs, 12 runs rather in that over. Raymond Koka conceding 12 runs in that over, much to the delight of the Zambian side. We are in the death overs already. And Zambia will need 26 runs in 30 balls. Sierra Leone will have to do better if they are hoping to get the first win in this tournament against the Zambian side. Mohamed Toure with the ball from the House of Appeal end. Good hands. John Bangura, the wicket keeper. Down towards square leg. And to be picked. Recovered quickly by Abubakar Kamara.
Leg breaks with that moment too is doing the assignment just right. Coming with the off break and keeping it on the stumps, the right pitch, the right length, and just let the turn do the rest. Made the batters uncomfortable so far. The only person that might be of be able to combat that as it stands seems to be Zoe Chand. 23 of the next 22 of the next 24 balls. A huge task for anyone being called in to pick the ball for Sierra Leone. Any boundary is going to be very much frowned upon by the rest of his teammates. Any drop catch also, any fielding error is going to not sit well with any member of the team as we are in the dire stages. The most determining every single match that Zambia has played has been full of excitement, full of entertainment, full of competitive spirit. It's like whenever they are there, they push their opponents to give their very best to the maximum. And that is for a team that hasn't played cricket in a long while. It says a lot about how much they've been preparing behind the scenes for their comeback.
Don't say Peter, we saw that yesterday against Nigeria. How they ensured they chased Nigeria. And show that Nigeria yesterday, a nail biter it was yesterday for Nigeria to pick that victory against Zambia. Always been an interesting one for watching the Zambian team. Here we see Chenoba being handed the ball once again from the City Gate end. Chenoba to Zoe Chan, that's a wide. It was point. Trying to effect a run out. No, it's impossible. Zoe Chan and Ayaz Dadaba are home and dry. Home, safe and dry. Towards covers. Let it run out. It isn't.
That extra bounce the ball court made it difficult for John Bangura to hold on to the ball. At that point, it did not need to get a run out anymore. It just needed to stop that ball from beating him. So another run would not ensue. Zoe Chan is not happy with the umpire's decision. Felt that ball was a wild. That ball, he says, didn't connect with him in any way. But the umpire sees clearly and understands there was contact with his back leg and the ball. And a wide is not the call, a dot is.
And 10 runs is required in 21 balls. Sierra Leone needs wickets. Zambia needs runs. The runs are coming in steadily. Good running for those two. Ensuring they rotate with the strikes. They did not need to do too much because they only require 18 runs in 20 balls. 1 run per ball is quite enough for them to be able to pick a second win in this tournament and a second win against Sierra Leone. But Sierra Leone knows that to stop them from achieving that feat, they need wickets to fall. It's not getting to a boundary. No, it isn't. The fielder, the deep, good stop, good pick. But then the runners, the batters get 2 runs in between the sticks. Adebayo and Zoe Chan. Ensuring a partnership between them for Zambia. Mohamed Toure handed the ball once again. Toure has picked up 5 wickets in this tournament. Picking 1 wicket in this game will be pivotal. If Sierra Leone will try to sink this one home, but not just 1 wicket, but as many wickets as possible. Two runs, and that will be another misfield, and they'll take another run. Good running between the wickets for Zambia. They know the assignment. They don't rotating the strikes, ensuring they keep the scorers busy. We get them close to the target of 130, and they're doing so well at it. If they do not try to go big, they ensure that they rotate strikes, pick up the singles. An appeal, and finally it is given.
The focus point for Ayat Adebayo should have been contact. That attempt to flick the ball to the leg side was what caused that drop of wicket. Less runs now than balls needed. No pressure on the incoming batter. But Sierra Leone still have a chance to seal this game for themselves. So a chance still in the batting crease and the non-strikers end. As the skipper Javid Patel is relaxed and will not come in yet. Look at that ball again. Ball was turning outside of off, and Ayat Adebayo could have done better. Didn't want to shuffle out and attempted to flick, which was responsible for that loss of wickets. Zoe Pendi beating centre ahead of Javid Patel. And I spoke with Javid Patel yesterday. A very, very strong man. He's just recovering from a torn ligament surgery. Just 5 months recuperating, and he's come here to represent Zambia. Been really good. Done his own fair share with the bat and the ball. Needs all the rest he can get. Needs all that rest going forward into the rest of the tournament, because there are a lot more matches, and the deeper we go into this, the more competitive it is going to get for each team.
One run it is. Swependi. Swerve had picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. Now with the bat going in ahead of the captain.
Runs now will be needed all the next 12 balls. A huge task, I would say, for anyone taking the ball for Sierra Leone to come and bowl. It is not going to be a very easy thing to do. But Sierra Leone, one thing they've definitely done is they push this game up until the very end.
Abubakar Kamara. That was a bye. Abubakar Kamara returning from the City Gate end. Considered 12 runs already. Contributed so much with the bat, ball the ball. Yet to pick a wicket. And then this game is going to go their way. Oops! Talking about going their way. Abubakar Kamara strikes. And Zoe Pendy, who has just faced 2 balls, is sent back to the stands. Just as we said earlier, if take a look at that, Peter, we see that in the replay.
That trying to end the game very, very fast backfired. And now, with one less ball to worry about for Sierra Leone, it is going to be a hell lot of work for Zambia. Another dot, and this is going to go all the way probably into the final over. Salman is the new man in for Zambia, and he's coming in at the striker's end. 4 more balls to go. Good start for Abubakar Kamara.
Sierra Leone, we need wickets to fall consecutively. Salman Chetty is the new batter in. That miss from the wicket keeper. But they'll take a run off it.
You can sense the tension amongst the Sierra Leone fielders. As soon as that ball was racing, everybody was tense. Very scared it was going to reach the boundary. Luckily, Abbas Blah was there, gave a very big chase. A set of unusual fielding positions have been set up. This is a long stop. Fielding position that not been used quite often in cricket. But Sierra Leone have made sure to employ it.
Down race for a boundary, yes. The fielders, Lasana Lamin and Lasayo Ayo could do nothing about it. This is added to the total for the Zambian side. You can see Abubakar Kamara, the bowler, looking very dejected, unhappy with that.
Didn't really get his balance, and already that ball at that point of release was already low, short outside of the wicket. There was only one response he was going to get. Now it's a very huge task.
Now 2 runs needed in 6 balls. Into the final over of this game. Just 2 runs in 6 balls. Zambia can easily have this up their sleeves already. Chenoba, the opening bowler, been saddled with this responsibility. No ball it is. Whew. How difficult can it get for Sierra Leone side? Just one run. That no ball it is bring us to the end of this game. Zambia wins this one. They won the first one against Sierra Leone already, and they're picking their second win against Sierra Leoneans. Really sad for the Sierra Leonean side. They won the toss and elected to bat first, but they were able to score 129 runs in the first over. Great contributions by Abubakar Kamara alongside Raymond Kuka. But their efforts have been unable to help them go across the line as Zambia wins by 5 wickets. Great contributions from the opening pair of the Zambian side, Azim Mohammed alongside Azim Patel. Also closely supported by Ayaz Adebayo and the likes of Zaki Musa Patel. The bowling unit of the Sierra Leone side could really not do so much, as Abubakar Kamara picks just 1 wicket, conceding 17 runs. Abbas Blah also 1 wicket, 17 runs as well. Raymond Kuka, great attempt from him, 2 wickets, 31 runs. But it's Zambia who have the last laugh in this game. Two wins. Sierra Leone played in this tournament yet to pick a win, and this time around as well they've lost to Zambia. It is bye from our own end as you await the post-match presentation coming your way in a few minutes from Ijoma Peter alongside Cheung. It is bye for now, but just stick around for the post-match presentation will be coming your way in a few seconds. going to do the free hit. The game ended like that. So because I got confused, I was like, okay, they won't play the free hits, that ends, Abby. Because there's no need, or there's no, this is, he didn't go for 4. I don't think he went for 4. Because there were just 2 balls. So no ball, remaining 1 ball. So there's a free hit. Is it a wide? No, he just gave a no ball. Okay, go. People get the ball. Don't give us your own.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation for the second West Africa Trophy, Day 6, Match 12, between Sierra Leone and Zambia. The Zambians claiming their second victory after 6 matches, 5-wicket victory, and say congratulations to Team Zambia. My name is Oluwaseun Ajidagba, and at this juncture, I will invite the captain of the Sierra Leonean team, the Patriots, Lansana Lamine. Lamine, another bad day at the office. 6 matches, yet to get a victory.
It's difficult. We are still chasing our dream, you know, and we give away our winning yesterday and today. We still pressing.
In all the things that have happened in all your matches, I can say to you, Lansana Lamin, there are a lot of positives that you can take away from today's game. In spite of the 5-wicket loss, I can talk about the left-hand batter, Raymond Koka, 53 runs. I can talk about Abubakar Kamara, the man who took the 100th wicket in this tournament, scoring 35. These are things you can go home and be very proud of.
Definitely for Raymond Koka, he's a good batsman also. And Abubakar is a good experienced player also, so he knows how to do his things.
And finally, tomorrow is rest day, an opportunity for you to regenerate, recoup, and come back bigger, stronger, and better.
Definitely. Tomorrow is a resting day. We're going to regroup and come back again very strong for Thursday game. You know, we are still chasing for our first winning, and then we are hoping to have our first winning. Sky will be our limit very soon.
Before you go, Lamin, take this home and be proud of yourself. The man who has the most runs in a single game in this tournament is Yegbe Jallo, 72. You have 3 wickets from 3 balls. Lansana Lamin standing by my side. You have players who have scored double 50s, John Bangura, and of course, your other player, Raymond Koka. These are things you can be proud of. Congratulations once again, Lansana Lamin.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, you just heard from Lansana Lamin, the captain of Sierra Leone team, and I will now invite the captain of the victorious Zambian team, Javi Patel. Javi, congratulations. Second win over Team Sierra Leone. The team keeps getting better.
Yeah, our team, actually, they are strong, but so far, some past game, we make some few mistakes. We need to learn a lot. That's why we lost some games. But continue, we are playing 6 games, and my boys, they are putting good effort. And today game, especially the bowler, they bowl very well. And again, the Sierra Leone, they put good target, 130. In this pitch, is not easy to chase, but credit goes to my opener, batsman Hasim. They bat very well. Then for 10 over, they put up a safe side score, and we finish Joab Chan and Ayaz, they finish very well.
Javi, before I let you go, what can you say about this tournament and how has it helped Team Zambia?
This tournament helped us a lot, and thanks to the Nigerian cricket, they are inviting us here. This is the good platform to expose ourselves, and there are good people here. They are looking after very well, and they organize very well this tournament. And in future, they organize anything, we are ready to come here again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from Javi Patel. I love the hospitality. They are taking care of us. Invite us. We will come over again. To help me present the player of the match is one of the finest umpires in Nigeria and in Africa, the head of media and the public relations officer of the Nigerian Cricket Federation, a man with 3 names, Musa, a body with a friend, and a Izoje. Thank you very much. And of course, Musa, you are not presenting this to me because in my family, I didn't even win a player of the match. But the player of the match for this game is one I've loved to pronounce his name very well. Ayaz Dadabai. Ayaz, before we go, I must say on a day like this, honorable mention to Raymond Koka, quite unfortunate on the losing side, scored 53 runs, also took 2 wickets. But you scored 21, had 2 wickets. How excited are you winning the player of the match?
Yeah, I'm very excited because we win today and our boys who played very well.
You join your other teammate, Javi Musa Patel, who also won the player of the match against this Sierra Leone. Are we expecting a lot from Ayaz Dadabai?
Yes, of course, because especially when we bowl, our bowler encouraged me a lot. So I able to took 2 wickets in the first over and last over as well. And batting side, our opponents who played very well. So we need to just build partnership in the middle order, and Joab and me are able to do it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from Ayas Dadabai. And if you talk about one player that I also enjoy pronouncing his name at the commentary position, the wicket keeper of Team Zambia, Musonda Yamba Yamba. And I say, for me, it's going to be Yamba Yamba tomorrow. I'm not going to be here. We'll reconvene on Thursday from the post-match interview here at the Package B of the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, venue for the second West Africa Trophy, proudly sponsored by Dafabet, Sportbox, Firefly Sport and Entertainment, Rusa Advisory, and of course, Dreamcatchers.tv. My job is done. Adios amigos. Gracias. Obrigado. Siabonga. Danke. Murakoze.